Keep it to its full name. It's Silindile. So I'll be your program director for the first half of the day. I'll be with you until just before lunch. After lunch, my colleague, my former colleague, he used to be in the department. He's now with our partner university, UL. After lunch, Mr. Shiba Diketane will take you through there. So for this morning, we are a bit late, just 10 minutes. We were supposed to start at 9, but it's not a train smash because I'm not going to spend that entire 5 minutes in my remarks. All I had to do was to just greet and thereafter direct the program. So we'll save the time in that regard. Our program will start with the welcoming note from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Limpopo, Dr. Jeffrey Mabelebele, and then we'll have our opening keynote from our Chief Director, Mr. Philip Chabalala, no relation to my Shabalala, a different one. Yes. And thereafter, we'll have Mandisa Kakwe setting the scene for the colloquium. Then we'll have our tea break at around 10:40. And thereafter, we'll have a presentation by Dr. Moyo as well as Dr. Ntwasa just before lunch. Those two will take us right through to 12:30, where after we'll have our lunch. So just a few housekeeping. If you need the bathrooms, they are right down the corridor. So outside those two doors, your registration table will be on your right. If you look straight down, the ladies will be on your right, as well as the gents. I think the ladies on the right, the gents on the left. And there is also accessibility for people living with disabilities, but I don't see anybody on a wheelchair today. But if there is a need for that, they have the services for that. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker, who is going to do the welcome for us. He is Mr. Jeffrey Mabelebele, who's the current Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo. Let me say this before I continue. If there's one thing we achieve by partnering with universities in the department, is to get the name of the universities right. I have a very strong Zulu accent, and I was tempted to say Limpopo, adding an M where there is no M. After this partnership with UL, I now pronounce the name correctly. It's the University of Limpopo. There is no M. Prior to joining the UL, Dr. Mabelebele served as a university registrar for both the University of Limpopo as well as the Sefako Makgatho University of Health Sciences Universities. His career spans both the public sector as well as the higher education sector, having served at the Government Communications Information System, which is the GSIS, as well as the National Treasury between the years 2002 and 2009. He has served as the first Director of Operations and subsequently the Chief Executive Officer for Higher Education South Africa, which is now Universities South Africa. Dr. Mabelebele has more than 2 decades worth of experience serving in various senior leadership and executive positions within the higher education system. So, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome the current Vice Chancellor of University of Limpopo, Dr. Jeffrey Mabelebele.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I should indicate that one of the educational activities we had to undertake within the higher education sector was to teach you how to pronounce the name of the University of Limpopo. And I'm happy that both the name and the province, and I'm happy that SLE, not silly, SLE, has observed the directive as it were. Thank you, colleagues, and thanks for joining us. I should first acknowledge perhaps the program directors themselves, Ms. Kakwe and Mr. Decoding from our university, senior management of the Department of Higher Education, Higher Education and Training here with us, and the team of UCDP. I'm told it is led by Mr. Philip Chabalala, who is here with us today. I'm also mindful of the fact that there is a Vice Chancellor in our midst here, Professor Tenjiwe Meiwa, who is both a friend and colleague of many years. And there are also DVCs here in our presence. I know there is an acting DVC from CUT, my colleague there. I'm also informed that there's a DVC from University of Mpumalanga. Davana Maselesele. Professor Maselesele, are you here? She's still to join us. Professor Meiwa, that's one thing that you must do. To ensure that those who have confirmed to attend must be here. Then we also have our own Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Mutiwa. She's our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Partnership. She's also here with us. My colleagues from Executive Management team from the University of Limpopo, they are sitting there, starting off with the CFO and the Executive Dean, Professor Sibanda. We are anticipating to have colleagues from the CHE, but fortunately we also have, as the CEO of University South Africa, Dr. Petiwe Matutu. She's also here with us. Thank you very much, Dr. Matutu, for coming. And also delegates from all other universities, directors of various portfolios in our universities, colleagues from partner institutions. We are grateful that you could join us today. Well, it is indeed an honor and a privilege for me as Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo to welcome you to this important occasion. And I'm happy that almost all universities that are supposed to be here are indeed represented here. As you know, University of Limpopo has been appointed to serve as a key implementation support partner on the implementation of the university-led collaborative project sub-program of the University Capacity Development Program. These are too many words. Maybe I should decode it a bit. This university has been asked to become an implementing agent of this University Capacity Development Program, which is UCDP, focusing on the sub-program University Capacity Development Program. I attempted. And UL remains grateful to the Ministry and the Department for the opportunity to play this critical role on behalf of the higher education sector. And we are glad that the Ministry and the Department could bestow us, or could bestow on us, such an important responsibility to coordinate this important sub-program of the department. I should indicate that for the past 5 years, the university has successfully administered more than 300 million of this sub-program and has supported more than 25 projects that are led by various universities through this sub-program of the UCDP. Through our implementation and monitoring mechanisms, we have identified several challenges faced by project leaders and project teams and partners and collaborators in respect of this sub-program. We have also identified that there are also issues that the department will have to look upon, reflect upon, interrogate, if the rest of the system were to benefit optimally from this sub-program. These challenges have had a massive implications on the effective implementation of this sub-program, and we are working together with you to finding solution to some of these issues. Now, this colloquium, in our view, presents a very good opportunity to share amongst ourselves, to reflect, to interrogate, to question, but also to prick our own conscience in terms of the kind of things that we need to do as an implementing agent of the department. it really presents an opportunity for us to find better ways of implementing this program in a way that it will benefit the rest of the universities that are participating in this program. We are also mindful of the reality that there would be discussions in this venue, and we urge you not to preserve any form of discussions or not to reduce any form of discussions to holy cows. If there are issues that are not working, be bold, be courageous enough to raise those issues directly with us. If there are issues that are not working from the side of the department, be bold, be courageous enough to raise those issues with us. Similarly, if there are issues that you believe could be done better in your own space as beneficiaries of this initiative, be bold to raise those issues and share those issues with us. Because we believe collectively as a forum here, as a colloquium here, we will be able to take this project to greater heights only if we can reflect honestly, frankly, and in a very pointed way to some of the issues that we need to improve upon. Obviously, there are so many successes. Some of the projects have begun to touch the lives of our students, the lives of our academics in fundamental ways. But we have a duty, both moral and academic duty, to critically reflect on where we are so that we can chart a way forward in respect of where we would like to be. So ladies and gentlemen, in a very brief way, I would only wish you everything of the best. And as a university, we look forward to receiving your recommendations on how best we can improve our implementation of this project as an agent. But we also look forward to receiving very innovative ideas that could help us move forward with this important program. The success of our universities, among others, depend on how well we conceive the projects, how well we execute them, and how well we harvest lessons learned from these projects. With those few words, colleagues, I wish to welcome you to this colloquium, and we look forward to a very successful colloquium. Thank you very much.
You've given me the right to abuse you, VC. He gave it to me earlier this morning and said, you know, because you are running this program, Slee, anything goes.
Abuse me within the confines of the law. That's what I said.
So, VC, this is a bit of a token of appreciation from the department and yourselves as the University of Limpopo. Thank you, TV.
Thank you so much.
VC.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Oh, okay, no problem. I'll take the credit. UNP. I'm afraid you have already been marked absent, Prof. Welcome. Thank you for that, VC. We truly appreciate it. I was writing notes, VC, as you were doing your welcome. And the VCs are not paying attention. VC, I was taking notes as you were delivering your welcome, and you had a long word to be decoded. You said university-led sub-collaborative programs of the University Capacity Development Program, and then you said, hey, it needs decoding. I want to assure you that you did decode it, but I saw the need to slightly assist you in the decoding. So, the University Capacity Development Program is implemented in 3 sub-programs. The first one is the institutional grant. The second one is the nationally led collabs. And the last one being this one, which is the university-led collab programs. Now, that's the decoding that the VC wanted but he just delegated it to me. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, will be a chief director from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and he is the CD for Teaching, Learning, and Research Development. That is Mr. Philip Chabalala. Please help me welcome him to stage.
Dumelang, letsogile, da, ay, no, rovo azwabut. Yes, good morning, everyone. It is really a pleasure for me to address this August gathering of the university-led collaborative project, Colloquium, that we're having over the 2 days. And I must, from the beginning, convey the apology from my and our principals from the Department of Higher Education and Training, who had intended to be a part of this colloquium. And I must indicate that in particular, there's been a change of guard from the level of the branch university education leadership. And so Dr. Tandy Lewin is the new Deputy Director General responsible for university education. And she had really wanted to be a part of this gathering, but due to ministerial commitments and visit abroad, she's had to accompany the minister, who also couldn't make it here. Minister was invited, and at first the office had acceded to the request and the invitation, but as you would know how politics operate, minister has had to be deployed to a commitment abroad on behalf of government. So I'd like to really profusely communicate the apology of our principals. The Director General as well is not around, and that is why you see now the delegations flowing down, and you know the dangers of a decentralization and this trickling down of delegations and power, that when it gets somewhere it may be muddied, but that's where we are. And so program director, the VCs present here, Dr. Mabelebele from the University of Limpopo, and Professor Meiwa from the University of Mpumalanga, all the DVCs present here, heads of faculties, colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and other government departments. I know that we will be having delegations from some of our sister departments to this colloquium. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for making the time out of your busy schedules to be with us today in this very important colloquium. South Africa aspires to a transformed higher education system, one that is high in quality, demographically representative, and inclusive, and one that provides both students and staff with meaningful opportunities for access, participation, and success. Our vision is of a higher education system that is diverse, differentiated, and well-articulated, responsive to local and regional contexts while remaining globally competitive. Such a system must excel in its core mandates of teaching, research, and community engagement. This vision continues to guide the work of the Department of Higher Education and Training as we seek to transform and strengthen the university sector. Over the past 2 decades, South Africa has made significant progress in expanding and transforming the university sector. However, we must acknowledge that important challenges remain, and these include, firstly, government funding for universities, which is very critical, while increasing in nominal terms, has declined in real terms, placing pressure on institutions to sustain quality teaching, research, and infrastructure. Secondly, the department has strengthened its ability to steer transformation through targeted funding mechanisms, including earmarked grants that support institutional development and transformation initiatives. Importantly, funding allocations have increasingly been weighted in favor of historically disadvantaged universities, helping to address structural inequalities within the system. As we move forward in transforming higher education, it's essential that universities intensify collaboration rather than operate in isolation or competition. And you will see the power of collaborations as we engage in the deliberations during these next 2 days. Collaborations among universities through research partnerships, academic exchanges, and shared initiatives enhance educational value. They stimulate innovation and enable institutions to address complex societal challenges. These partnerships are increasingly essential in a global academic environment where knowledge creation and dissemination depend on collective effort and shared expertise. Universities must therefore build partnerships that are strategic, not only with one another, but also with government, industry, and society at large. In doing so, they strengthen their financial sustainability, broaden their academic value proposition, and align their work with the needs of society, the economy, and the workforce. Partnerships between universities and industry bring mutual benefits. For universities, partnerships can support innovative teaching and learning approaches. They can increase funding opportunities. They can strengthen research, infrastructure, and knowledge transfer. For industry, on the other hand, partnerships can support future recruitment and skills development. They can provide access to emerging research and innovative thinking. They can enable collaboration with universities, research and development capabilities. These partnerships help bridge the gap between academic theory and real-world practice, contributing to economic growth and social development. However, we must also recognize the barriers that can hinder effective partnerships, including 1, a lack of clear and a shared purpose, imbalances in power or decision-making, insufficient understanding of roles and responsibilities, financial and time commitments that outweigh the perceived benefits. The department therefore urges all partners to actively overcome these barriers to ensure partnerships that are equitable, productive, and sustainable. One of the key mechanisms through which collaboration has been encouraged is the university-led collaborative projects, the sub-program which is under the University Capacity Development Program, Coding again. This initiative represents a system-wide intervention that brings together multiple stakeholders across the higher education sector. A national collaboration fund has been established and strategically directed by the department to support university-led collaborative projects that strengthen institutional capacity in the priority national focus areas. Each project must be led by one of South Africa's 26 public universities and implemented in partnership with other universities and higher education stakeholders, ensuring that collaboration remains central to institutional development. Over the past 10 years, the department has supported approximately 100 collaborative projects led by public universities, representing an investment of more than 500 million rand. More than 70 of these initiatives form part of the UCDP, which is the University Capacity Development Program Collaborative Projects Sub-Program. And nearly all universities have had the opportunity to lead or participate in at least one project. These projects have contributed to capacity development in a wide range of areas, including quality assurance and institutional strengthening, student success and academic advising, first-year experience and student transition, postgraduate student support, curriculum development, research capacity and teaching excellence, staff development and administrative capacity building, engineering education development, mathematics and statistics capacity development, collaborative networks and partnerships across institutions. Many of these projects have now been successfully completed, while others continue to generate valuable impact in the system. To better understand the impact of these initiatives and strengthen future collaboration, the department, together with its implementation partner, is convening this very national colloquium for us to engage. This gathering, therefore, aims to bring together universities, partners, and stakeholders to reflect on progress and chart a path forward. We are gathered here today to showcase the impact of these collaborative projects and how they have effect across the university sector. They also provide a platform for robust intellectual engagement around past and current projects, including experiences, challenges, and lessons learned during implementation. Institutions unable to present in person will also be given the opportunity to share their projects through professionally facilitated video presentations. We are bringing together universities that are participating in these initiatives to establish a community of practice. This community of practice will report to the sub-program advisory committee and may expand into thematic focus areas aligned with the UCDP priorities, including student development, staff development, curriculum innovation, institutional capacity, funding structures, and program implementation. They will also identify projects addressing key transformation priorities within the higher education system and explore opportunities to scale up successful initiatives. They will also gather further input to strengthen governance structures and systems, including monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that are aimed at improving the effectiveness and sustainability of collaborative projects across the sector. As noted by the Minister in the foreword to the ministerial statement on the implementation and management of the UCDP, it is essential that we maintain a clear understanding of the progress we've made as a system and the work that still lies ahead. The department remains committed to using forums such as this colloquium to review implementation, but also progress and assess impact and strengthen the collaborative frameworks that will guide the future of higher education in South Africa. Investment in post-school education and training is not only a national priority, it is a strategic societal investment that contributes to a stable and prosperous society. Business and industry, therefore, have an important role to play in supporting the transformation and sustainability of higher education. There are numerous opportunities for collaboration between universities, government, and industry, including supporting highly capable students to access post-school education and training opportunities and transition successfully into the workforce, co-creating workplace innovation and responsive programs with universities and TVET colleges and the community education and training colleges, enhance the research innovation interface through support for research, infrastructure, and innovation ecosystems. Strengthen practical skills development through investment in modern workshops and institutional training facilities. Creating mentorship and internship opportunities that support graduates in their transition to employment. The Department of Higher Education and Training, therefore, welcomes strong and mutually beneficial partnerships with business and corporate social investors who are committed to advancing transformation and quality in the education system. It is also encouraging to witness the continued growth of international collaboration networks, particularly partnerships between South African universities and institutions internationally and globally. These collaborations have already produced important development projects. They have strengthened institutional capacity and expanding opportunities for research, knowledge exchange, and academic cooperation. A particularly valuable principle guiding these partnerships is the commitment to inclusive collaboration across the full spectrum of South African universities, ensuring that institutions with different histories and strengths participate equally in the global networks. Looking ahead, partnerships are envisioned as joint initiatives between the department and strategic partners, including business and international collaborators. Such partnerships will involve shared contributions, collaboratively designed interventions, and carefully monitored implementation, ensuring that projects deliver measurable impact for the higher education sector. The new initiatives currently being developed will enable the network to expand its work into new priority areas, further strengthening collaboration, innovation, and capacity development across universities. In closing, the transformation of South Africa's higher education system cannot be achieved by individual institutions acting alone. It requires strong partnerships, shared responsibility, and sustained collaboration among universities, government, industry, and international partners. We therefore reaffirm the department's commitment to supporting collaborative initiatives, strengthening partnerships, and investing in the collective future of higher education in South Africa. Together, through collaboration and partnership, we can build a transformed, inclusive, innovative, and global competitive university system that serves the needs of our people and contributes to the development of our nation. And as I conclude, I'd like to also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the CEO of Universities South Africa, Dr. Petue Matutu, and all the colleagues that came in as I was delivering the speech. You are forgiven. Thank you. Thank you.
Could I kindly ask you to come back, Mr. Chabalala? Please receive this as a token of our appreciation for holding the fort in the unavailability of our ministers and the Director General. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
It's declared publicly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chabalala. I had said I'm not related to you, but after holding this fort, I might be keen to taking the relation. So after this, you might just be my dad. The next item will be by the Director of the University Capacity Development Directorate within the University Education Branch of the DHET. She goes by the name of Mandisa Chakwe. I call her Mem. So if you happen to hear conversations where I am involved and I'm going mem, the culprit is Ms. Chakwe. If I go mem is abusive, you know who the abuser is. So she has 35 minutes to spend on setting the scene for the colloquium, as well as giving the overview of the UCDP nationally led, collaborative programs. Because of time, I've negotiated this with her and she's fine with it. She's going to spend 35 minutes doing her presentation, and then we'll spend about 25 minutes, which will take us until tea time, to have engagements with her presentation or the presentation of Mr. Chabalala that has just concluded. So as she presents, kindly prepare yourself. If you have any, not only clarity-seeking questions, if you have input, if you have engagements, we'll give that opportunity in the remainder of the 25 minutes after her presentation. Kindly help me welcome her to stage.
Good morning, everyone. I would also like to rise on the protocol, but I have to actually express my gratitude to the Vice Chancellors who have joined us today. It's our new babies in the system, and the DVCs as well who have joined us today. At least Prof. Meyiwa, Prof. Masalesele was with us yesterday. When we were preparing all of this, she was amongst us. So please, I just want that to be clear. Probably there's something that held her up this morning. That's why she came in a bit late. I hope that will assist her, Prof, when you're back at the university. Okay, I know quite a number of people in the room because of the time or the period that I have been in the department, and specifically working in implementing the University Capacity Development Program. So it is really good to see that the system is actually managing to still keep people whom are contributing to the entire higher education system. So we really appreciate that. So I do have a presentation, and I would hope that you would, thank you very much. I'm someone who is on the ground. So my presentation would really be a reflection of that. I would like all of us to come out of this room this morning knowing very well what this component of the UCDP is all about. Because come the time when the call is out for universities to submit proposals for this resource or instrument, we see things and you wonder, do people read really? So that's why I just said, you know what, I really would like to spend this 35 minutes on clarifying what this component of the UCDP is all about. But I must say that we have seen quite a steep interest in this with the call as from last year. Over the past few years, we would get very few applications from universities. But as from last year, that has changed dramatically. And I'm actually scared this year to see the number of applications that we will be getting. This is based on now the calls, the emails that we have been getting from universities, trying to establish if what they want to apply for would actually or stands a chance to be supported from this instrument. So the name of this mostly did explain all the three components or subcomponents of the UCDP. And one of those subcomponents that she referred to was the university-led collaborative projects. It's one of those three subcomponents of the UCDP since they conceptualized the program. What are the expectations, or what is it that this program is meant to do or must do? It's of strategic importance to the higher education system. You'd remember that I said, when we get proposals, we see things. You get a proposal, it has got nothing to do with higher education. So this particular instrument is only and only for areas in the field of in higher education system. And it should be a sector-wide participation and sector-wide benefit. Again, there, you get a proposal, it's only about one university, the university that is applying. It's for the benefit of the university. There's no other universities that are involved. So this is very, very important that we understand that what the department is trying to do with this instrument is to ensure that universities do work together, we collaborate. We do understand that there is competition, and competition is healthy. That's fine, that's okay. But in certain areas, we do need to collaborate rather than competing with each other. So it's very important to make sure that when you put together the team that will be implementing the project that you are applying for funding for, you make sure that you look at the sector-wide participation and the benefit of the higher education sector, not just your university. That is very important. And then again, importantly so, I will talk about the funding for this program. But the reality is that we are operating under constrained financial environments. So the instrument or the funding for this sub-program is very limited. That's the reality. So the competition becomes very, very high and very difficult. So universities then are urged to use this funding as a potential to leverage additional resources for that particular project that you're applying on the overall. And we even actually ask universities to have a budget from this funding where you will be developing proposals and trying to leverage some funding from other, because we do understand that most of the applicants are academics in the universities. The workload there, we do understand that. So you might need extra hands that would assist you to develop proposals so that you can solicit more funds or extra funding in that. USAF is very good in doing this. I do not know how they do it. Probably one day they will share with the system in terms of how they manage to do that. Gave them just a small amount of money, but what they did with that money in terms of getting additional funding is actually amazing. Maybe we need a workshop, a CEO for that. Then we need just one university to be the fund holder and coordinate, but it must involve other universities. And most importantly, the partnership must be on equal basis. I do want to emphasize that part that's talking about a partnership on equal basis. Because over the years, a university would submit a proposal listing all the universities that would be participating in the project. One important thing is that we make sure that the university that is applying, if it's not an HDI, historically disadvantaged institution, or a university of technology, it must include one of those, or two or three of either an HDI or a UOT, because capacity there is still a challenge. So it would be good for them to be involved in the implementation of these projects so that they can learn and also be able to lead them. So that equal partnership then means that there isn't one university or institution that is an underdog. So you must be equal in this partnership, even if the other university that you're partnering with or other university that you're partnering with, they do not have the capacity. That is the reason for them to be partners in this collaboration in the first place. So we need to strive for that. And then it should be aligned to one or more of the focus areas identified for support through the UCDP. So everyone who knows about the University Capacity Development Program would know that there are three focal areas, which is student support or development, staff development, and curriculum development. We would really love to include the fourth one, which is community engagement. But the funding itself is really not enough for us to include that. So we leave that now to the institutional funding for each university to see how they squeeze in that component of the university. But more specifically, those three major focal areas: student support, staff development, and curriculum development. So if you're applying for these funds, whatever that is in your proposal should be around these three core or focal areas. I'm trying to move the slides, but it looks like this instrument is not really working. Can you assist there at the back to get to the next slide? Thank you very much. Okay, what is the process now that we are expected to follow when we are submitting applications? The process is actually quite clear. If you can move back to the previous slide. The first step is that there is a call that is developed by the department in collaboration with the implementation support partner. The slide in blue, please. Okay. And then that call, we always make sure that it is circulated to all our 26 public universities. But for some reason, we always get calls or emails where someone at the university would be telling us that it's only now, just a week before the deadline for submission of applications, that I'm receiving or I'm getting the call. So during the engagements, that's one input that we would like to get from you in the room. What would be the best way of circulating that call so that it gets to the right people at the institutions? Because that is really, really worrying. Now we end up getting to requests for extensions because people only saw the call days before the deadline. And unfortunately, there is gatekeeping in universities. There's nothing we can do about that. So we send the calls to the highest office at the university. We CC the DVCs, we CC the UCDP managers. For some reason, in some universities, it gets lost there. It doesn't get to the faculties and or departments. We do need your help with regards to that in terms of how can we do this best so that it gets to everyone at the right time. So talking about proposals then, these proposals must be based on an identified capacity development need in the system, not just in the university that is applying, but the entire higher education system, which a group of universities will work together to address. Again, it goes back to what I said. When we get these proposals, we see things that we didn't expect. So there must be a gap that you are identifying that you would want to address using this instrument. And also the collaborating universities must be representative of the university types in South Africa. I have already touched on that. If you're going to have only your UCTs, your VETs, your UPs in your proposal, then that will be a problem. Your proposal might not necessarily go to the next stage. So make sure that you rope in universities of technology as well as historically disadvantaged institutions. Then a call is normally opened for 1 month because there's a very long process after that. But again, because of the same reason that I had already alluded to in terms of how we can circulate it better such that it gets to the right people at the right time. Every year, we get requests for extensions. Or probably from our side as the department, there is a lack of understanding of how long it takes actually to develop such a proposal. But we are actually hoping that we will get that information today in our discussions. Then thereafter, a review committee that is made up of university representatives, the department representatives, as well as representatives from the implementation support partner, would sit after the deadline and after we have checked all the proposals, if everything is in order, to review those proposals. As I had said, it's a competition. As I had said, there's a criteria that is there. So that review committee sits, and from university representatives, it's pitched at DVC level. All the reviewers from the universities are DVCs. There was a reason for that. It's because it's a very small pot of funds that has to be stretched as far as possible. So it was very important then for us as the department to get guidance at that level at least. So that's why it consists of DVCs mainly. This is a very crucial step of this process, because this is where we have to be sure that the area or the gap that has been identified in a proposal is really a challenge in the entire system, not just for one university. I always make an example that although we normally do not see such proposals, it can actually be a proposal that would focus on capacity development or a gap that has been identified in just one type of the universities. UOTs, you come together, you develop a proposal. There's a gap that you have identified as UOTs that you need to address. This is a resource for that. Then thereafter, that process, it goes to the department, all the offices that it has to go through for them to check it out, all the way to the DG for his approval. And then outcomes are communicated to universities and funds dispersed to the successful institutions or proposals that were submitted by institutions. Again, we do have challenges with regards to that. Once outcomes are announced, again, we are flooded by emails, by phone calls. Why was my proposal not successful? And some people actually, even if you would give them reasons, they just don't get satisfied why their proposals were not successful. I just want to explain this, and it's actually a request to universities. As the department, and especially under the University Capacity Development Program, we work with universities. That instrument is for capacity development of universities. So we cannot use that funds for any other entity. However, universities are allowed, though, to rope in other key stakeholders in the higher education system to work with in implementing the programs. We've got USAF, for example, that universities work with in implementing some of our programs. We've got CHE that also assist our universities in implementing some of the collaborative programs. And those relationships are really doing very, very well. We can see the impact of those programs where other key stakeholders are involved that are outside universities. That is allowed. However, the communication now, especially in terms of the queries or complaints about outcomes, the expectation from the department is that we will get those from the university that submitted the application, not the partner. So that is really, really important, because that is now becoming a norm. Once the outcomes are out, you find someone who understands himself to be a guru in this area and just doesn't understand why the proposal was not successful. So if universities can keep that in mind, we don't mind universities coming back to us with queries or with complaints or trying to figure out what is it that I didn't do well, or why was my proposal not successful. We don't mind that. But at least the communication should be from the university that submitted that proposal rather than the partner. That would be very, very helpful to the department. The next slide, please, colleagues. Thank you. Right. One other thing that is very important, which is one of the reasons why we had to come up with this idea of actually hosting a colloquium. We do get reports from universities annually in terms of the progress in implementing these programs. Then, at the end of the period of this program, most of them, they take 3 years. They are funded for a period of 3 years, but we do get some requests for extensions, which is fine, not a problem. But once a project has been completed in terms of implementation, we expect a close-out report. That report will tell us what are the outcomes or achievements of this particular project, the value for the investment, what were the challenges, how did you mitigate on the challenges. And this is what determines now the need for continued support of A projects. Because some of these projects are doing very well. You can see the impact that they have in the system, such that they would need to go to a phase 2 to a phase 3. But the most important thing is that close-out report, which we do not really get from universities. We always have to chase after universities when it comes to time to submit the close-out report. So that is very important. And we're hoping that one of the outcomes actually of this colloquium would be to produce a booklet that would actually provide us with all of this, so that everyone who would be interested in future to apply for this funding and implement a project would have at least a resource that they can use, that they can go to and learn in terms of what has been done before. Also, when the call was out this year, for the first time, we got calls and emails from universities asking, have you ever funded a project in this particular area? Because we don't want to waste our time and develop a project plan. The next thing we are told that, oh, no, already this area has been funded. This particular university is already doing this. So this is the reason why we have this colloquium, so that we can have that resource that actually then would have all of that information. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that this is really an opportunity for universities to work together and with other stakeholders in the higher education system. There's quite a lot of these funds that are sort of managed by the department. It's the department that would tell the universities, we want you to do this for this fund. So this particular sub-program under the UCDP is now an opportunity for universities to come up with your own issues or areas that you feel that we have missed as the department or government has missed them. So as universities now, we want to do A, B, C, D. As that when we started off with this instrument under the UCDP, we had a meeting before we even sent out a call with universities to say that let's identify those areas that you would want this instrument to be used for. The call to date is based on all these areas that were identified by universities, not by the department. So this is one other thing that we hope that this colloquium will achieve today, to say that these are the areas that would want this instrument to focus on. But I must say that, again, the funds are very, very limited, especially for this particular sub-program of the UCDP. So there is competition. So when you submit a proposal, expect anything. But we are open for an engagement to assist so that the second time or second round of submitting a proposal, at least you improve on what you had done previously. Thank you very much.
You can remain on the stage, ma'am, please. Thank you. So instead of the 20 minutes that I had initially said, we have 29 minutes because we'll take our tea break at 10:40. So this is an opportunity for engagement with either the speech that was presented by Mr. Philip Chabalala or the presentation that has just been recently done by Mandisa Kakwe. I'll take the first round. Maybe we could take, how many can you take in one go? 3 to 5? It doesn't matter. I'll take 5 for the first round. So we have one roving mic. I'm just going to identify hands and then I'll pass the mic. 1, 2, thank you, sir. Yeah, okay. 3, 4, okay, it will be 1, 2, 3, and then 4 right there. Yeah, we'll start here. Thank you.
Appreciated Mandisa for that presentation. Good morning, VCs and DVCs and all colleagues. Mandisa, you've highlighted one key issue which is of concern. My name is Tema Moyo. I work at the department. The context of my question was I was the manager for the teaching development grant from 2007 to 2022. And there's one concerning issue which precurses our next discussion is the issue of late submission of proposals. And we saw this under the teaching development grant up to the UCDG. And we see this still emerging within the collaborative projects. It's just a note which we should probably use as one of the discussion points and to see how we can work together. What causes these problems of constraints in grant implementation with regard to late submission of documents, etc. Thanks.
Morning, everyone, and thank you, Ms. Mandisa, for that. My name is Leilani Smith. I'm from University of Pretoria. I'm the head of community engagement for the engineering faculty there. Thank you so much for the really nice outline that you've given. I was curious about 2 things. I think the first thing was around, I saw some of the other projects that were funded in the same round as ours, for example, and there was some incredible potential overlap, and I'm wondering if there's some networking connection between PIs and kind of projects that you can identify that we can kind of run some conversations on. I think the other one was around, I think in our project we tried to be very realistic. We ended up having all 16 of the engineering schools across the country involved in our project. And we achieved more than we hoped, but there's still much to do. And the question around follow-up funding for certain projects, is there criteria for how that's measured or how that's continued to support? Thank you.
Francois Strydom, University of the Free State. Mandisa, thank you very much. As always, a clear presentation. I wanted to ask whether there's planning and strategy around communicating this work. I do think it is something to be extremely proud of. especially in our public system. And I just feel more people should know how universities are working together for students, for staff, for quality. So that's something I want to ask. I'll say a little bit about it this afternoon also. But I really think it's laudable what we've been able to achieve as a system. I know many of the colleagues here, all the things we've been through, and despite that, we keep building. And I want to just suggest that one is intentional about thinking about communicating, because there's an incredible amount of positive things to communicate, which I feel the larger public is largely completely oblivious to. There's a certain perception that a certain part of the higher education system is new and growing, and the other one has always been there. Let me just put it that way. And the innovation, which so many people has worked so hard for, many of the projects are international standard. So I want to ask that one maybe make that a suggestion.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mandisa, for your presentation. I am Matsepo Matuani from University of Fort Hare. I just want to commend the department for actually organizing this colloquium, because I feel that the information that you particularly shared is very useful and proactive in fact, because it provides us with information ahead of time for us to know what is expected and what is the quality of the proposals going to be judged on. And so I do really appreciate this, especially coming from a historically disadvantaged university. My question is around, I appreciate the collaborative aspect more than anything else, and recognize that in higher education, the challenges that we are faced with, we cannot try and resolve them on our own as individual institutions. So the power of collaboration is the right way to go. So my question is, as much as we are rightfully locating the collaboration within national universities, is there room for bringing in an international collaborator in the partnerships that we will be working on? Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. By name, I'm Rufuno Makado from the University of Venda. And I think the input that I'm going to bring also adds over and above what the last speaker indicated. I think one part is that you mentioned the need for having well-built institutions also. I'm trying to move away from the terminology we use of higher HEIs and HDIs and so on. But the truth of the matter is that in most cases we find that institutions, when they come to HDIs, normally it's just for attachment. You become an addendum into the system and not actually the collaborator or the partner in the process that is happening. So I want to just maybe urge that as much as that is happening, can we have an understanding that we are all institutions, and then we also, when we come on board, we're coming with certain skills that we are also providing. And then some can be undermined just because of which institution do I come from, and then which can add value. So we just need to work together. As institution, we might be put at different levels, but that doesn't mean we cannot find skills from the other institutions that are so-called historically disadvantaged. So I just wanted us to say, even when we're looking at those relationships, let's also bear in mind that we need to forge mutual partnerships, not like becoming attachments. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for the questions and input. I don't have answers for all the questions. I also rely on everyone who is here to actually assist in providing some of the answers or suggestions, actually, rather. Then, Temwa, the issue of late submissions of proposals. I do know that. I think this is something that is also affecting you in your program. My understanding, really, of this is that people who submit these applications are academics. And we do know from other part of the work that I do about the workload in the universities, which is why then we also allow universities, once they are successful and they get funded, to actually appoint staff to assist them in implementing the programs. But it is unfortunate that we can't do that at the stage now of developing the proposal, because at that point, we haven't given you money to do this. It's something that probably the universities would provide an answer to, but under the UCDP, this is something that we have come to understand when universities write back to us to say that, Mandisa, no, 1 month will not be enough. Then we end up not having a choice but to actually extend. However, it comes back to bite us, because now the same people or universities that requested extension, they don't understand that on our side as well now, things will start getting backwards. And then they harass us about the outcomes. Where are the outcomes? Why are you taking so long with the outcomes? So I think we do need to strike a balance there. Otherwise, we won't have a choice but to be strict and just stick to that 1 month window. But I'm sure universities will be able to provide some answers with regards to what causes the late submissions. But we do know some of them. I have already shared them in terms of how we circulate the call, because some of the individuals that call us from universities, they will be saying, no, I haven't seen it, but from the department we have sent it to the university. Then in terms of the overlap, the prof, and the possibility of networking of PIs, that's something that you can actually budget for. When you are submitting your proposal, you actually then develop a budget line item for you to have that community of practice, some sort of, yes, that's possible once you do get the funding. Then follow up funding criteria. You're raising something that is really, really important here, because we don't necessarily have a criteria. Once you are funded and you see a need for a phase 2 of this particular project, just like everyone, you submit a proposal, you go through the competition. But again, it goes back to what I had said before, that the closeout report is very important. So if we didn't get a closeout report, then it becomes difficult then for the review committee to actually make a determination if we can actually further fund a particular project. Then communicating this work, which is the communication strategy, Francois. Perfect, you got it right there. We definitely need that. And this is one way of trying to do that through this colloquium. There will be a report that will go out, and I'm sure, again, what we had hoped we would have as an outcome of this colloquium, it might come later to the system, We wanted some sort of a booklet. Academics were actually laughing at me. I'm not an academic, boss. I work for the department, right? So certain things that are of academic thing, I get them wrong. And I kept on saying to University of Limpopo, as an outcome of this colloquium, I need a conference proceedings booklet. And they were like, Ayman, what are you talking about, Mandisa? This is just a colloquium, like a workshop, and not a conference. Why would you need a conference proceedings? And I ended up then saying, okay, let's just have some sort of a booklet that would document this, that would be there as a resource then, if I can't get my conference proceedings thing. So, Francois, yes, I take that input. And then the reasons for bringing in, room for bringing in international collaborators, definitely. Definitely. This is something that I thought Slee would talk about actually in her remarks, which she didn't do. We really encourage you. It's a small amount of money, we do understand that, which is why we are encouraging universities to also try to solicit additional funding so that you can also collaborate with international partners, but most importantly, which is something that we still need to work hard on as the system, to collaborate with our fellow African universities in the continent, not just looking at universities overseas. So yes, if the budget for your project, actually you want to collaborate with international partners, you are more than welcome to do so, but don't forget universities within the continent. I take your input and your comment there, Doc, about HDIs, and I would include the universities of technology as mutual partners, not just as attachment, just because of the criteria. Definitely. We do check that, but we have already picked up what exactly you are saying is actually happening. And we would definitely find a way of dealing with that. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Of course you were going to cite things that I didn't include in my talk. I told you, ma'am, the abuse. All right. I see, Shoba, you already have a mic. Let me just take 5 more hands. So I'm going to start with you, Shoba.
Okay.
So let me just get the back.
Okay, I deliberately...
Just a minute. Allow me to take whole 5, and then I will take maybe 1 more. So, yes, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. We'll close it with Jessica right here, and then we'll come to the DVC. Okay, number 6 will be the VC. I cannot acknowledge it. Thank you. Yeah. Start with Shoba and Samgelo.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to raise the issue of the communication. Oh, sorry. I'm Shoba Ratilal. I'm from Durban University of Technology. So I wanted to raise the issue of the communication, and I do feel that if institutions have a kind of UCDP office, it's best that it goes through that office and communicate it. But I think I want to highlight a challenge that I've kind of identified in terms of the partnering. As we reach out to partner with other universities, I think the priority has been on partnering with individuals. So you identify these individuals, and then you have you engage in a partnership with the individuals. But that doesn't translate to the university completely in all instances. So I do think that as we think through these projects, to ensure its sustainability, that we must look at how the university itself will engage in these events, benefit from it, and also how it would be sustained thereafter within the greater, longer term. That was one. The other one was the issue of the which was already raised and acknowledged, but I also want to put on the table, there's a richness that comes out of the contextual realities of all these labels, the HDIs, the University of Technologies. So there's a development in the sector that can be brought from these, abstracting from these realities, rather than just a focus on developing capacity there. Because I think that these universities have capacity that other universities can benefit from. So, but it was acknowledged. The issue of Mandisa, I wish your proceedings booklet was here, because I actually would have loved to know all the collaborative projects that are in this sector. I don't know them. Yeah. And then very optimistically, we're going to put 10 proposals through. It's a lot of hard work to put through proposals, and you're not aware that there are things happening. So that we should be maybe reaching out to the other university and saying, you know what, I have an interest in my university is battling in this area, and can I collaborate with you? So I think there should be leeway to, even for leading universities, to expand their projects as they go forward. I would love to see where the impacts, so not that this is just the projects, but how is it impacting the entire sector? So for example, are the 3 universities working on this project and then there is a research report that comes out? For me, I would weight that as a very limited impact, but where it's targeting an extension of development to the sector, I would suggest that is having more impact and has more sustainable things. Thank you. That was my 10 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director Lee. All protocols observed. I'm Samgelo Mehlala from Central University of Technology, Free State. Mine is to invite DHET to comment on the Management Information System, MIS platform that we have. I would like to know from DHET, what are the future plans do you have to be able to develop the system into the next level? It's already a great system, but I think it's full of potential if there can be a focus in terms of system development to take it to the next level. We are highlighting a number of things in terms of challenges around advocacy and communication, around the reporting, disseminating on information. The list is long. I think if we can take that platform to be an integrated platform that can deal with these things, I think there's a possibility that we can do that. Because I have seen what it has done for us in terms of planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and be able to have a view, a 360-degree view in terms of the UCDP. So there's full potential there. So I would like to invite you colleagues to really meaningfully engage us to say, what are your plans to develop the system into the next level? Thank you.
Thank you, Samgelo. May I kindly ask with the coming speakers, yes, with the Prof right here, if you could kindly keep it to just one question because of time. Thank you.
Slee, you're not fair, but
I'm sorry, Prof. I love you still.
I'm Dikele Dimatlo from UNISA. My question is, because we received the call during a short space of time, and the proposals were developed in a rush, and I found that the proposal that actually we submitted to UNISA, we wanted to partner with certain universities, and we know that those universities are from the disadvantaged, and they are from the what do you call the other ones? The historical wide. But then, because we developed the proposals in a rush, we then later decided to speak to those universities that we want to partner with. But in case, in our proposal, we just wrote we are going to partner with certain universities. Will it be a problem if we now go to the DHET and say we want to include other potential universities that we want to collaborate with, or the other universities in the SADC countries or even internationally that we want to partner with, because collaboration is very important and there are skills that are at other universities that we don't have as a university. So my question was that are we allowed to revisit the proposals that we submitted, or is it a done deal? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Tobeka from Sisulu University. Firstly, I want to appreciate the role that the UCDP grants are doing to our universities. They make a big impact to the development of our universities. Then, when we applied for this grant, I've got a concern when we talk about the HDIs, non-HDIs, UOTs, and all that, because the universities have recruited experts in their spaces, even if they are HDIs. And then you find out that now there is a lot of expertise within the non-HDIs. But because they are, to the HDIs, but because they are called HDIs now, then you find out the other way around, that if you apply as an HDI only, you might stand a chance not to get the grant, but you need to adopt now a non-HDI in your application. So I wish DHET if you can consider not the nature of the university, but the caliber that is applying within those universities and the collaborations. So that, and then I want to suggest that also it is not clear in the grant if how much are you applying for. So some other universities, like you might stand no chance now if the amount is too high, or like there is no range of how much are we applying for within the grants. That was not clear. And then lastly, I want to suggest that how about in order to improve communication of these applications, that as another colleague has suggested, it can be sent to the vice chancellors as usual, but also the grant offices of the universities, because I think it can be, and then we allow the time for internal rounds within the universities to do vetting of their internal applications before submitting them, because I foresee a situation whereby other colleagues in the universities, they apply and others don't know that another person has applied for the same grant. So there should be vetting within the university so that it is taken for the application, because there's one vice chancellor that signs the form. So if the vice chancellor receives 2 or more than 2, and there's no vetting and there's no time for vetting as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Singh, University of the Western Cape. I wanted to make 2 comments. The first one is on, there's a lot of our discussion is centering around HDIs. The HDI sector in the country has grouped itself, and we are, all the HDIs, the directors of research, the DVCs of research, together with the international directors, into an alliance called SADIA, South African HDI Alliance. It is not supported financially by anybody in the sector except for the HDIs themselves. So what has been working well in the alliance is an application. For example, the previous speaker is one of the PIs for a current call. So we have organized ourselves. So there is a, for those of us who are concerned about this, there is a grouping together of HDIs, and we are proactively working in the space to be able to put in applications, and also the whole idea is to build capacity in the sector. So that's just, I just also want to put that out there. And then secondly, with regard to, I also have some experience on being on the implementing partner side, and I know that the call for having that list of all the projects funded through the uni-led COLA project is very important, because DOT is currently leading one of the projects in terms of internationalizing in Africa, our projects in Africa. So I think that's very important for us as together with everyone in the sector. Thank you.
Dr. Mabelebel.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Well, mine was just going to be a suggestion. If you look at the work that the CHE has done to 2023-2024, the institutional audits, though that work, if it were to be reduced to a meta-analysis of some sort, through people like Francois and others, it does give some pointers to the pressure points of the system. Very clearly, there are possible areas where all of us are sort of struggling on. If you look at all those 16 standards that we were assessed against, one prominent standard that most of us struggled with was the issue around integrated data management and the ability to use data to inform decision making. Most of us struggled in that area. Most of the universities struggled in that area. So the fundamental question then becomes, if we are for impact, we are for quality, we are for all of these things that we're talking about, shouldn't there be a collaborative project around that? How can we lift up the capacity of various institutions to be able to harness the power of data to be able to inform decision-making processes in the university? In the absence of that, we will not be able to do all the many things that we intend to do. And I think the starting point, as we rethink this collaborative work, we should go back to that, especially if we are talking about an integrated system that is united, that is steered from the center of DHET and so on. So I just thought I should throw that input into the mix. Thank you very much.
I think mainly this time around, we got suggestions or inputs rather than questions, which are really welcome. The issue of management information system, I'm going to hand over to Slee to deal with that, as well as the issue of integrated data management. Mr. Chabalala will deal with that as well. Prof, from UNISA, in terms of your question about revisiting your proposal that you have already submitted, unfortunately, no, that cannot be allowed. I'm sure you expected that response. But this is an annual resource that is available annually. So each year, a call is sent out. So if you didn't succeed this year, you can always try. So you can try again next year, now that you are quite clear about the criteria. And I'm quite sorry that you were not really clear about the criteria. We will try to make things better. And then Walter Sisulu University, that input about the range, I think is it you who actually provided that input? Yeah, that makes sense, but at the same time, it's quite difficult because we might miss out on projects that need a lot of money, but the value that you would get from it is also quite important. So that's why we don't necessarily put a cap in terms of you can apply for up to 10 million rands, because we do know that there are very good initiatives that would need more than that amount of money. Actually, we still do need to have a discussion with universities around this, because we were thinking that going forward, rather than probably funding about 10 projects from just 60 million rands that we have, we might think about saying, this particular year, we are only funding 2 projects. One that would get maybe 30 million rands, one that would get about 35 million rands, and in this specific area. But that's a discussion that we are going to actually have with universities, because what we have seen is that the projects where they just need a small amount of money, it's very difficult to see the impact. We really struggle with most of those projects to really, really see the impact. In a way, we do feel that we are just wasting money when we could have actually invested it in bigger projects with a maximum impact. HDI's own initiative, Prof. Singh, thank you very much for that. But I must say that I do hear in quite a number of engagements with universities the complaints about HDIs being labeled as HDIs. But once you talk about money, that because you're an HDI, you're going to get this money, then yes, I'm an HDI. There's a university that we really feel that it doesn't fit in that category anymore, but, and it's one university that doesn't mind to be called an HDI actually, because they know very well, look, we're benefiting from that. So let us not lose that status. It's helping us. So that's a debate for another day. Let me leave it there. I'm going to hand over to Slee and Mr. Chabalala.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So it was about the management information system. So you're right, Samgele, and thank you for that input. And the plan from the department is to expand it. Of course, we're prioritizing the imminent needs for now, and that was just the reporting, because it was cumbersome to receive all those reports on email. So at its full capacity, the idea is I'll send a call for the New Generation of Academics program through the MIS. You access it via that system. Your applications are uploaded via the system. The DVC or the Vice Chancellor signs off still within that system, and on my end, I download them for the review committee. At its full capacity, that is what it's meant to do. But of course, presently, we're developing it with these priorities. So priority number 1 was, of course, the M&E frameworks and you being able as universities to submit your reports on the system. The second one will be incorporating the reporting of the nationally led collabs. So we will at one stage incorporate the university led, but they're not in our immediate phase. So the next phase for the next financial year is the nationally led. Thereafter, it will be the university led. So it is in the pipeline. It's just that we are not able to develop the system to its full capacity all in one go. Thank you for that. I'm going to hand over to the Chief Director.
Thank you, Slee and Mandisa. Well, for me, it's just 3 key issues. One that we have noted, and we will action the need for, proper communication on the work that we are doing. And I want to believe that that earlier request by Mandisa for some form of proceedings of this gathering will form the basis for, a kind of a strategy and a plan to communicate very clearly across the sector the university-led collaborative projects. So we have taken note of that. And secondly, just on the comments around, the labeling and so on, that is not really the point. And I want to believe that we have seen the transformation, but also the growth in the HDIs, because in their own right they also have experts and professionals who are leading in various fields and areas of work. And so what we are encouraging is for us within the university-led collaborative projects to work as a community of practice, so that participation is on an equal footing, as you indicate, appreciating the expertise that is across all the 26 public universities in the country. And then lastly, the point on data utilization, which is very critical, because I again want to believe that the basis for pitching or developing any proposals should be supported by data. In that, when we talk of evidence-based data for decision making, that's what it means. You cannot, put down a business plan or a proposal which is not supported by the data, because the question becomes, what then are you trying to address? What informs that, and so on. So we really accept that, and that is what we will encourage all universities to make sure that data systems, databases, repositories of information are in place and utilized to inform all the challenges and the problems that we are trying to find solutions for. Thank you.
Thank you, Sidi. We are out of time, but because these are really fruitful, I know you, Prof. I am fine with messing up the program here and running us a little bit to tea time. So I'm going to have 5 more hands. This is the final round. The first hand will be DVC Masalesele. And, okay, let me just recognize. Okay. There's another one there. Number 2, number 3. I've got room for 2 more, if not going once. Number 4, gone. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for a very informative presentation. I'm sitting here and asking myself, we really want projects that are collaborative, but we give 1 month of submission of a proposal. Is that realistic? And if we continue to get requests for extension, isn't it better to plan the call way earlier? Is there any harm to do that in November, so that we get time even during our holidays? Academics do work during holidays. Because what is happening now is that you send that call and we submit a proposal. I know University X is doing what, and then I just add their names. And by the time you give us the funding, you find that that other University X has not been informed. Now you're renting my institution to get funding. And I don't think that's what we want. I think it is important, because the strategy that we want to achieve is to ensure growth and development across. Whether you are an HAI or whether you are an HDI, we are all equals, and we need to learn, both of us. So I believe we need to really relook at the timing of the call for proposals, and then also check if ever there is indeed information that has gone to even the other university, because we need to avoid that, rather than allowing people to submit when we are not very sure as to whether the other university indeed submitted. Because in other areas you find that you will eventually work with an individual, And that's not the issue. We want to work with a university, because when that individual leaves, what happened to the project? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mandisa, for the presentation. I think Prof. Marcelo touched on what I wanted to say. I wanted to suggest that the proposal, the call must be put for 3 months, and suggesting that the November, December, and January, somewhere there, during holidays, that's where we work, so that the complaint that Mandisa has indicated that the proposals are weak and what, so that you can get quality proposal, especially because it's collaborative work. Partners have to input, thought through all the proposals so that you get quality proposals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Chabaya from University of Limpopo. Mine, from the presentations which are being made, we can see that collaborative projects are doing wonderful work in developing students, staff, and also the curriculum. Mine is just a suggestion. I don't know, perhaps I'm going too fast. I was thinking that if a conference could maybe presented once a year on collaborative projects, where those who are involved in the projects showcase their experiences, their successes, their challenges, and also from those conference papers, there can be some research which can be published so that the impacts are distributed worldwide. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Muronda, and I'm from Nelson Mandela University. I would just like to maybe make a small sort of suggestion in terms of perhaps finding ways of getting the call distributed to even departments and faculties, and sort of lower levels in the institutions. In terms of that, I think there was a sort of cycle, a life cycle of this Ucdp process, where we have got the call, and then there is a review committee, and then maybe there are other steps, and then the outcomes. So if we could have a generic sort of calendar, which would be known to all of us, to say during these 2 months of the year, in January or February, we expect the call. In certain months, we expect this step and that step. Then there will be high expectation, and then we will be maybe able to check with our principals around that time, especially regarding the call. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, more input than questions. The issue of how long should the call be opened, there's nothing stopping us from opening it for 3 months, actually. We can do that, but I do hope that you won't forget. Okay. And we won't have a responsibility of reminding you every month. Don't forget about the call, don't forget about the call. So it is actually possible that it can be opened for 3 months. We can do that. But I think the biggest challenge that we have is that a year we actually circulate 6 calls, and the request then from universities was that we don't circulate them at the same time, because it's like almost the same people who are working on these programs who are responsible to coordinate all of this. Because at some point in the department, actually even now, we were thinking that this year, all these 6 calls will go out in the first quarter of government's financial year, which is between April and June. You will get all 6 calls within these 3 months, but now the dates of submissions would be different. But you would have had all the 6 calls within this period of these 3 months. We will try that and we will see how it will go. So thank you for that then suggestion. All right, the conference, Prof. Organizing a conference, it's not child's play, and we really would rely on our implementation support partner, VC, with regards to that. But that's something that can be discussed, and we can see how we take it forward. Nelson Mandela University, a call to be distributed to faculties and departments. We had one of these years, I think it's the year when we started implementing the UCDP. We actually received or got a strongly worded ultimatum from universities, because we circulated the calls to just everyone, every contact that we had in the department. And yeah, universities actually sent us that ultimatum to say that such communication should go to either the VC or the DVC's office. Otherwise, at the department, we would really love to have a list of all deans, a list of all heads of departments, so that when we circulate, at least it goes to all these people. But unfortunately, that ultimatum means that we can't do that until it is actually lifted. So unfortunately, yeah, we cannot do that. We have to send a communication through the VC or the DVC's offices. So you can talk to your VCs and your DVCs about now further circulating it downwards. And thank you very much, colleagues. This was quite interesting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I am really sorry that we had to go over time, but this was fruitful, and I think it is an additional time well spent. So thank you for your engagement. Allow me to thank Mandisa for her presentation and engagement. Thank you, ma'am. I think it is 11. We are going to break for tea for 15 minutes. Let's come back at 11:15. And then Mr. Shibati Ketani will take you to the rest of the day. Thank you, colleagues.
two research work that we've done. We'll start off with mine. So it's a joint presentation where I worked on a PhD research on the grant which I worked on. I worked on the teaching development grant from 2007 to 2022. In 2007, the department decided to introduce earmarked grants, infrastructure grant, the clinical training grant, and the RDG, the research development grant, and the TDG grants were also part of the steering mechanisms which the department had, steering to address transformational goals. So my presentation is contextually situated in there, so we will look at how the lessons from that research could somehow inform or draw some parallels to how the collaborative projects are emerging.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. There you go. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Mbongile Ntwasa, and I currently work as an academic developer at, or I'm an academic advisor at Stellenbosch University. My role currently, I could explain it in simple terms, is that I have meaningful conversations with academics on their teaching, learning, and assessment approaches. That's what I do with my team. But before my research and undertaking my PhD, I worked at what I'll call a historically black university, and I choose historically black university because that's going to be what I highlight that was part of or the focus of my study. So I worked at Walter Sisulu University as a fairly young academic, and in the Center for Teaching and Learning, where I worked as an academic advisor responsible for implementing UCDG projects under the UCDP. So my PhD came as a result of frustrations as in the implementation of the fund, and that's what I'm going to be talking about. So before you go next, Temo, I think we must just set the context of our presentation. So like Temo said, instead of him talking to you about his research focus, he was, by the way, my supervisor, my PhD supervisor as well, if I should mention that. So when I came across his study, it actually answered some of the frustrations that I was facing, and today we are just going to have a joint conversation about how from a DHET perspective, they thought about the UCDG and rolling it out at universities, and I'm going to be responding to some of his experiences on how they played out on the ground at the university level, particularly historically black universities.
Great. So my PhD topic or research basically looked at the analysis of the implementation of the teaching development grant, which we all know later on evolved into the UCDG. And we hope that the lessons we'll be presenting today, or the findings, may be able to somehow help us understand what is going on the ground, not only on the ground, but the person who was also situated within DHET, what could have been the constraints or enablements for the not correct, but strengthened implementation of the teaching development grant.
So, like I said, I came straight from varsity when I joined Walter Sisulu University. I was a graduate from Fort Hare University, and I got employed, I'll put it that way, or tasked with academic advising duties at Walter Sisulu University. But it was not even 2 years where I did not resonate with any of the projects that I was responsible to implement on student development. I had lots of questions to a point where on about 2 occasions, the first one, I thought I did an introspection and I was like, okay, what is academic development? What is teaching, learning, and assessment in higher education? The only perspective I know about this is just from having experienced university as a black young man myself. So now that I was responsible having to be in a classroom, facilitate students' learning, and also initiate some university projects with students, it was a frustrating moment for me, and the internal work I did with myself was to first go and talk to my manager and tell her that I don't feel that I'm competent for this job. I had a Bachelor of Social Work. As much as my work was, we work with communities, we work with group work, or in that, so I could make relation to what I was doing, because I saw the university as a big ecosystem or university. I understood, the communities around us. So I was kind of informed about the role that I was meant to do. But it really challenged me because I was in disagreement with most of the projects and how they were being implemented. So to cut a long story short, I went to undergo, my manager at that time was like, Sim, why don't you then go to Rhodes University and do a postgraduate diploma in teaching and learning to understand all these concepts so that they are familiar with you when you go. So I went, I got my PGDP, but still, the challenge now was that there were very few people in the staff that had gone for the diploma. So I was this person who seemed very smart for my big pants, and there was no one, there to have these meaningful conversations with me. But at least I was getting a national overview from other colleagues who had joined the project, so I could have those conversations. But I was more interested in how, as Walter Sisulu University and the immediate staff that I was working with could look into what we were doing. And so my research question was, I wanted to know who is responsible for coming up with these initiatives that now I needed to implement. So my research question looked at the conceptualization and implementation of these UCDG-led student development projects, because that's what I was responsible for, and I was particularly interested in how they played out at historically black universities. And throughout the presentation, I'll keep on drawing from who I am and how the university, the context of my university was particularly challenged.
Great, Sim, for that. So my research topic, may we please have the slides back on, please? Basically looked at what enabled the implementation of the grant between 2007 to 2015, and what may have constrained the implementation of this grant. I looked at how DHET had invested 5.5 billion during that period. Did this grant do what it was supposed to do? And I think that's the main question which we are trying to answer today. Are these collaborative projects achieving what they are supposed to achieve, which is the transformation agenda of the country to improve throughputs and also to improve teaching and learning? I looked at a number of documents, progress reports, and also the proposals which universities had submitted. So it was just under 350 documentation to inform the research. As already Sim has already highlighted, that was his research topic. The theoretical framework which we used to understand what was happening in the sector as the grants were being implemented was by Margaret Archer, trying to understand the interactions at universities, your structures. So your structures would be what the former speakers have already highlighted. The office is responsible for implementing the grant. The grant itself is a structure that enables or may constrain the enhancement of of teachings. We'll also look at systems in the sector and also policies which may exist. During the implementation of the Teaching Development Grant, we know that this grant was implemented in different offices. During my time, I know I would engage with CFOs submitting proposals, CFOs submitting reports. We know this has now shifted. The cultures, what are the practices at universities? Do we value teaching and learning? And then we'll also look at issues of agency, meaning the ability of people to make decisions, to take actions. How is this emerging within the sector?
So, colleagues, what I want you to note in our presentation as we go forward, TEMWA has just separated these domains of society or reality just for the purpose of analyzing them at their individual powers, if I can put it that way. But in reality, structure, culture, agency are always intertwined. And I think the speakers before have already mentioned and identified how, in a project, these come in at play. So as we talk through our findings, we are constantly going to remind you that these things were all happening at the same time.
So one key finding under my research which we looked at was that the issues of allocation and expenditure of funds can either be identified as a constraint at other universities and in some universities as an enablement. We know that these terms are problematic, but for the purposes of research, we'll keep referring back to them, even as a department, because we still need to understand what is happening in the sector. So the issue of resource differentiation, this is historical. We know that we have our historically advantaged universities and historically disadvantaged universities, but in this case, we are zooming in the resources, which in some cases enabled universities to effectively implement their projects. We'll see through the data that the better resourced universities, DHET was largely constrained at that point in time. I was the only person who was responsible to implement the teaching development grant, the research development grant, and other earmarked grants as well. This is why during that period, the grants could arrive late. Okay, so the issues of capacity are not only at the institutional level, but even at the DHET level. This was an issue. Then you had the mandates come in a bit later. We'll speak about that later, where capacity was then strengthened. But I think what we want to highlight here is if University A received money late, it didn't have to wait for DHET. They'll simply advance their funds and start implementing the grant. Meanwhile, University G, because they don't have funds to advance, would have to wait for DHET mid-year to wait for the implementation of this grant. So there we see how the historical differences enable, in some cases, disable or constrain. Then also the resource constraints at that time. The infrastructure grant had just been launched at that time. We would find that people would think that the TDG was should now be used for buying equipment, to buy resources, which was necessary. But what happened then, it would mean that what we understand as teaching and learning activities were left untouched or unaddressed. And we'll see this emerging from the data. We see this data extract. This university is basically highlighting that because we did not receive the grant on time, we could not proceed with our processes. So meaning nothing was implemented. And then we see this university which had an additional 5 million on top of DHET's funds to co-fund what they wanted to implement. And what we saw here is that other universities were then implementing more comprehensive interventions. Meanwhile, others were, by design, implementing piecemeal, rushed implementation of the grant. I think we should not forget what the golden thread of this presentation is to also understand what is now happening with the collaborative projects. Because I would argue that these constraints on enablements could still exist. We see here a university receiving money late, and what does it mean for the implementation of the project? This is both a national issue, funds were arriving late, This was later corrected, but I should also highlight, Mandisa highlighted that extensions are requested under the collaborative projects. What that means is DHET will receive the proposals late, they will approve the proposals late, they will release the money late. Treasury wants us to spend money by April. So what happens to the implementation of these projects? Once again, there we see a university using the money for other items, infrastructure-related items, and not necessarily teach what we understand as teaching and learning interventions.
Yeah, so I guess the implication of late arrivals was not only perhaps due to the late submission of the funds or I guess what was more challenging and that showed in my data was also the internal university structures. Once the money arrives, there are many bureaucratic processes within the university that need to be followed, like administrative processes that are slow, vacancies that take much longer to be filled, and like I said, structure, culture, agency, and the implication for especially historically black universities. Most of these universities are placed in the most impoverished areas of South Africa, meaning that when vacancies are out, it is not, a rush for applicants to apply for those institutions. So it is also these things that affected how the funds were spent on time. Then, okay, yeah, you can go and see what the universities were saying there. So this is an extract that showed from my data. So the top one is showing how it's catch-22 because university processes demand this, but the DHET is also under pressure, like Tem was saying. There's a reporting cycle the next year, so they cannot wait for the university to catch up with its internal processes. Then the bottom extract also shows how advertising, I think I've already touched on that. If they are looking for an academic advisor, HR needs the money to be in the cost center. Without it being there, nothing happens until the money is in. So it's those challenges that also affected how money can be spent on time.
One other key finding from our research, which Sim also found in his research, is limited expertise, or what we also term as weak systems. These we also find to be constraints. In my research, we actually also, this is also historically informed, although it's been improved. But what we saw, and this goes across all earmarked grants, where in as much as we are highlighting that there's a thin distribution of teaching and learning expertise in the sector, but this was also a parallel to where administrative capacities at universities, financial management, institutional planning, HR, we spoke about the need for data management. That needs somebody who has expertise for that to inform what we're doing. These were constraints in some sites, and in some sites it may have been an enablement. Also, lack of strong systems, policies shaped what the practices may have been. I don't think the late submission of proposals is accidental. It simply speaks to either a lack of systems, be it at the national level. I'll keep referring back to the national level, even at institutional level. And what we saw here is a blatant misuse of the funds, where a university in its report wrote that the 35 million which we got was actually not used for teaching and learning. We decided to use it for other purposes. The university is now reporting to DHET that we will ensure that these funds will now be used for what they were intended for. We also see here a university also highlighting that they basically not spent the funds and like requesting for an extension. And I think the question which we need to ask ourselves is if the funds which were released at that time were not spent for the intended use, did we then achieve the transformational goals which these funds were meant to. I'm making crude links. It's not as easy as that, but I think this is what the data is showing or showed.
Yeah, so I think I've touched, maybe if you show the entire points on this slide, because I've touched on some of them, and I draw to myself as, the experience on the ground. So we felt as people, as the implementers, because we didn't know, like I said, how the projects were conceptualized within the university, and we didn't feel supported. I was never trained or taken through the processes. It was my agency that I used through my frustrations to empower myself, and the only or the most support that I could get, like I said, was through a formal degree to understand how and what my work was about. So that, I think, was some of the internal challenges. And I think another aspect that for the UCDP collaborative programs need to take into consideration is a shared understanding of whatever project that you are going to be initiating, how academic advising is understood at Walter Sisulu University is completely different at Stellenbosch University than it also is at University of the Free State. So I think there has to be a shared understanding. And let me tell you something, that shared understanding is so difficult within our own university and amongst each other as academic developers in the Center for Teaching and Learning. And it takes a lot of time to sit and grapple on what constitutes student development, student learning, and student success. So I think that is mostly what I took out of the PhD and my experiences. So the call here, and I think those extracts are also showing how the participants in the study were frustrated because they felt like they were thrown with the projects and expected to swim on their own. So there has to be a lot of professional development in the aspect of what implementers are expected to do.
Yeah, just a reminder again, I think we are trying to understand what the structures at universities are, the cultures, the practices, what is going on, and also the agency, who takes action, who does not take action. So here again, we are zooming into the institutional structures and cultures. Mandisa spoke about something very interesting. She's actually making this presentation easy for us. She spoke about gatekeeping at universities. So that is a practice at university. And how does that enable or constrain implementation of these projects? We see how structures and cultures and agency or lack of agency may have enabled and constrained implementation. But here I want to zoom in at DHET. I hope I'll still have my job after this, Mandisa. So I will look at me at that time as a civil servant who was implementing the grant. Did I have the expertise and understanding what teaching and learning was? Because in 2007, I was tasked to develop reporting templates. Those reporting templates were developed for my understanding of economics. I'm an economist, so I used the infrastructure grant templates to then develop teaching development templates, what you must put in the proposals and what you must report, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So the issue of, I keep referring back to capacity constraints at the national level and capacity constraints at university level. Here is an extract from university where university is saying, we don't even know what these grants were meant for. But somehow, and we've delayed. We've not used the funds. Now, DHET has already paid the funds into the university. At the end of the year, the university is now reporting to say, we didn't even know these funds had arrived. This speaks to the absence of structures. There was no office to implement. There was no teaching and learning center. There was no champion. There was no agency. But also, what is the practice? A carefree way of doing things where you don't even want to follow up where these funds came from and what they are for. And also here we see where there's no lack of ownership, and this zooms into agency, where there's no lack of agency. I think this has changed. I think we'll all agree this has changed. At this point in time, there was obviously no ownership, and we saw that with the implementation of earmark grants, universities took the responsibility to start employing people to manage these funds.
Yeah, and I think colleagues don't see this presentation as, us bashing the collaborative and the collaborative projects and saying nothing worked. This works. I think I just need to put it out there. But our studies and our focus was, just to pay attention to the small challenges that need to be tweaked. And so far, one of the things that as I was working closely with Temwa during my writing of the PhD, he would actually have these conversations and tell me from which position they were coming from and what their focus was. So I think this gathering as well and the idea of a conference, I'm fully in support of that speaker that raised that, because it will help us, become more, it will raise awareness of what is happening on the ground, what the challenges are. So this is much valuable because, like Temwa mentioned, the challenges that he was speaking about and what came out of his data, I was interested to then see why was the situation on the ground like that. And I found that power relations were completely at play, because it depended on who in the university was responsible for a particular project for it to be successful. And that also showed a lot in my data, that whenever a person in the institution responsible for a particular project or a sub-program, it would depend on who they are in terms of, qualifications and the number of years that they have been in the university, which translates into relationships that they already have. So as someone who was young, not understanding the higher education context and the university I was in, it was very difficult for me to create those relations. And I think that's where, I saw when I moved to Stellenbosch University and how I was told that, Sim, this is about creating relationships. It's not coming in and wanting to put in an initiative, but it's getting to know the people that you are going to be working with on the projects and how they understand what they need to do. Because the lack thereof, and I think this has been touched in this morning, it develops competition, and that's what we found ourselves doing. We found ourselves now competing with faculties that were doing similar work. Other units such as student affairs were saying, why are you doing orientation when orientation is supposed to be our projects? So there was this competition in the university and also internal, because you'll find that someone else who is an academic advisor or works in the writing center is able to come up with workshops, students are attending, they are spending the money, and you are unable to do anything. Then so the data showed it actually depended on who you were in the university and the powers that you had. And at the bigger scheme of things as well that affected the implementation and communication of the university was the movement of DVCs and DVCs of teaching and learning, where the funding was placed. In a 3-year cycle at a historically black university, you will find that two DVCs of teaching and learning have actually shared the project. During the conceptualization stage, it was DVC X, but then by the time of implementation of year 2, another DVC comes in and they have a different approach and understanding of how things need to play on the ground. So those are some of the things that led to these universities being constrained.
Great, thank you, Sim. So this next slide also speaks to other constraints, be it structural or cultural, and how they shape the ability of implementers to run with these projects. So here again we see, from my study we saw that during the TDG implementation period there was resistance at some universities of these new projects or these new interventions, which the universities themselves conceptualized. So within the institutional practices or cultures, there was no buy-in at that point in time of these interventions. We see a university saying there we had a challenge of buy-in from all lecturers. Not, it is a historically advantaged university. Even they had issues of constraints and understanding what the TDG was. Also here we see where only faculties are only to have a buy-in. Now another university speaking to poor cultures, which basically constrained the implementation of the grant. But as Sim highlighted, it's not all doom and gloom. I think we just trying to throw in punchlines of what the studies show.
So I think what frustrated me was how the academic project was lost when the TDG, UCDG was, came into effect. So now our jobs and being an academic developer and understanding teaching, learning, assessment, and just student experiences were reduced to what the ministerial document was saying. It was about taking the student through this process, and our work, like I said, was, conditioned or reduced to those projects that are highlighted there in the light blue. So we only had to do these projects, and there were these stringent processes that we couldn't step outside of that. And what I was interested in was, what does it mean to be in university for a black child? And that was stemming from how I experienced university and the meaningful conversations I was having with students. So a first-year experience, for instance, was not about, only about how a student should be navigating particular aspects of university, but it was also about being. So a lot of assimilation from, for instance, on the FYE was, it seemed like that is what the message on the ground and what we needed to do. It was just about that. So it wasn't about students bringing, especially black students, bringing their identities into the space and grappling, having the university grapple with who the student on the ground was. But it was more about us fixing the students and making them university ready. And that's where part of my grappling came in, because my focus was the university should come down to the students and find out who they are and then see how it needs to change, instead of us having these projects that were so focused on changing the students or having the student assimilate into the context. So that's where I was frustrated with the academic project. We were not critical enough in about what constituted FYE in our context.
And this leads us to the next slide. One of the other key findings, where we saw that the review of the proposals which we as DHET had approved and which universities had submitted did not really address issues which were understood now as teaching and learning interventions. Now I'm referring to myself because I'm not an expert in this field, and this is why I decided to do a PhD on the ground to understand what is emerging. What we picked up at least under the TDG is that most of the proposals which we approved had nothing to do with curriculum development or pedagogy. Please, I don't want to be misquoted. There were universities at that point in time which understood and whose proposals addressed these issues, but the majority of the proposals which were approved by myself at that point in time had no understanding of what this was. And many of them looked at ad hoc implementation of projects. If I recall, some institutions were approved spending of funds on gardening, for example, renovation of an AIDS, HIV and AIDS center. Very important, but nothing to do with teaching and learning. Universities, I don't want to repeat this, Sim has already highlighted this. Universities did also not look at themselves in how they can enhance success. the student was problematized. And this is why I think we also had the 2015 student uprisings. We did a research as well to actually articulate more of the emergence of common sense understanding of what teaching and learning entail. And I think the question which we want to ask now is what is emerging from the UCDG grant? What is emerging from the collaborative projects? Are we better articulating these interventions or not?
Yeah, so I think my PhD then allowed me to go back in history to understand why are historically black universities particularly facing this challenge of not being able to use such a social justice initiative, but it seemed that it was affecting them mostly. But so, literature showed me that like I said, the context of higher education historically has been challenged, and those consequences of how these universities were placed in society affected them a lot. And the issue of then understanding what it means to do our job in that space was influenced. So a lot of literature I also read was frustrating because a lot of data was coming up and showing how students and student development is understood in higher education, but also in the field that I'm in, which is academic development. So most research I was looking at how students, especially black students, are not ready to be in higher education or university, and so they needed assistance. It was, I think, a short reflection. I also realized later on when I graduated that, I've also been a beneficiary of, some of these projects in how, for instance, the university had programs while I was doing my undergraduate studies on how it developed us, for instance, through a module that was EAP or AEP, academic English, something like that, but it was mostly meant on how to improve our writing skills in English. And even back then, it shows perhaps my criticality. We used to ask the lecturer, what does having to write a letter and a paragraph well have to do with social work and what we were doing, because there wasn't a linkage in what we were taught in that module and what we were doing. So and this is how some of these projects were not connected to what or who we needed to become in the discipline. So it was more focused on the history of academic development stems from wanting to prepare black students in the higher education system, but not as disciplinary experts that are going to become engineers and understanding, engineering concepts from their African perspective. So what is currently happening at university is historical as well, and it continues to affect what we are able to do on the ground. And that's what my data was showing onto why universities were not able to spend the money.
Great. Mandisa, this slide is for you. So I think we'll be glad to, I think we all agree that the implementation of the TDG, UCDG has been a good mechanism to enable the strengthening of teaching and learning. But the data that is emerging from our research, may I please have the slide back, thanks, is that at that point in time, as we've already highlighted, the department was concerned that most of these funds were not going to what we were releasing the money for. We then tightened how we understood it, the spending of the funds. We tightened monitoring. And I think what this meant for us was that if you didn't spend the money, we have to withdraw the money. And I think what I highlighted in my research was this echoed the practices of the former government before democracy. I don't know if you're aware. Bunting wrote in 2001 that the apartheid government actually used to withhold money. If HDIs did not spend money, they would have to return that money back to the state. And this is one of the reasons why historically what universities accumulated reserves, because they were allowed to keep their money. What did this do? This built capacity at those universities because they were forced to hire people to manage those funds, to invest those funds. The universities which own businesses in South Africa which continue to generate money. This is historical. And what this meant is at no point, since I joined DHET in 2007, at no point did DHET ever address issues of capacity at universities until this Sibusiso Bengu grant was implemented. But we also don't know how that is being implemented. Mr. Shabalala is not here. I wanted to put him on the block. But the issue which we're trying to highlight here is we were withholding money as DHET, but did we really understand why universities were not able to spend the money? Because you cannot slap a child unless if you've taught it or supported the child. Sorry for the analogy, but you can't punish without understanding what is causing those things to emerge. So we saw this issue. In my research, we saw the withholding of money as a constraint problematic. During that period, in fact, HDIs lost a bulk of their funds. What were these funds used for? They were reprioritized for collaborative projects for all universities to apply and implement collaborative projects. This was also problematic because remember the TDG was implemented based on throughputs. The lower your throughput, the more grants you were allocated. Now, if you're not able to spend those funds, not able to address your issues at the university, we took back that money. What did that mean for those universities?
Mm-hmm. So I think, Temwa, one thing I'd say to this slide is it's important for us to focus on less competition and more collaboration and support. So if an HDI wants to undertake a project, and perhaps I'll be biased here and say perhaps HDIs should be given more advantage and support for projects that they want to undertake, instead of just looking at a well-written proposal and seeing how the competition, because as I said, historically HDIs and particularly historically black universities have not been part of the game for quite some time, so it becomes automatically unfair for them to compete with institutions that are already far ahead in terms of implementing.
Okay, moving to the next slide, please. Thanks.
So, yeah.
So here I think this is my best slide because it's not all constraints, but I think what informed our research was that there is a need, or rather at that point in time, that there was a need for us to tackle the resource-based differentiation. And as we've been speaking, it's not only resource-based constraints in the sector, but even expertise. These are thinly distributed. I worked for an HDI before I joined DHET, but I moved away from an HDI. SIM worked for an HDI, but moved away from an HDI because they're really based and opportunities are seen elsewhere. Because as a young academic, and this is a personal experience, as a young academic who wants to develop, if I'm not receiving support in an environment, I'll move to an environment that's going to propel me. And this is what is happening. DHET should not ignore this. I think we need to critically look at how other grants, such as the Sibusiso Bengu grant, is being implemented, because we think structures at some of our universities are the key constraint to all earmarked grants that we are implementing.
So, Temwa, I don't think we have to go through all 8 points because I believe most of them have been actually touched on by the former speakers who spoke. But one point that I think that there wasn't much deliberation on is number 3, the need for a shared theoretical understanding of what constitutes success or whatever phenomena that you want to collaborate on across the collaborative institutions, because it also doesn't help you identify a key challenge in the sector, but the way you look at it is not informed by social theories that look into how people experience, society or university on the ground. So there has to be, in that collaboration, theoretical foundings, because that's what universities are about. They're about they center their work around data that is informed, but in how we interpret the data can also be misguided in the theories that we use to understand how people experience life.
Now we are on the last slide. If we can please have the slide up. I think it's the most important
very
slide for us. So I think firstly I would want to thank the Department of Higher Education and Training, because I think most of my career development has happened within the DHET. They funded my PhD, but also to thank the NRF as well for their support, because I was part of the differentiation project funded by the NRF, and differentiation particularly looking at what are the differences in the sector, either enabling and constraining, hence my PhD. But also to thank Prof. Sue McKenna from Rhodes.
Yes.
Unfortunately, she had a family commitment, so she could not make it. She wanted to be here. And Prof. Clever Ndebele, those were my 2 supervisors, and everyone else in the room. Thank you so much for your time. Sim?
Yes. Thank you, Timwa. I think I'd also like to thank the sponsors or the people responsible for organizing this talk and giving us this platform, because it's really rare for students to have a conversation about their thesis after they are done. And I'd also like to perhaps put it out that to the Department or the Ministry of Higher Education and Higher Education perhaps, is that I am actually a beneficiary of, the projects of or initiatives since 1995 when I was in primary school. So I've been supported by the government with my educational development up until the PhD level. So the reason I have Rhodes, Chettle and UCDP collaborative projects in there is that my PhD was actually a collaborative project between Univen, Rhodes, as well as Lancaster University in the UK. So you are doing great work, and I am one of your products that have achieved, but we still need to pay attention on how we can improve what we are doing to ensure that everyone gets the opportunities that I have received.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the challenges of your research findings. So we are, I note you, Sal. We are going to open up maybe 2 rounds. Let me just check the time. Yes, maybe 2 rounds of engagements. I see that Salvation already has her hand up. Dr. Sikoko. Yes. And then the CEO, and then another hand. Prof. Masalesele. 3. I'll take 5. So Mandisa, last one. It's fine. We'll take the 4 for now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kolisa Sikoko, and I'm from the Directorate of Learning and Teaching at Walter Sisulu University. Thank you to my former colleague, Dr. Moyo, and Dr. Ndwasa for such an insightful presentation. Just a few reflections on your presentation. On the issue of capacity, within our universities, particularly if we work for a comprehensive university, I think we do have capacity. But the problem is the silo mentality, because you have finance, you have engineering. If you work for a comprehensive university, you have everything, every resource within you to conceptualize projects, to monitor them, to back them up, because all of the skill set is there within your university. But in terms of the cultures really that enable and the structures, it's that we love to work in silos. So it's something. So this is something we need to improve on, and it's also coupled by the fact that we need time to get buy-in. Most of the time when these projects are thrown at us, it's either the learning and teaching directorate or the faculties, and then there is no time and space to have a shared understanding, like you said, Sim, about, for instance, student success. What is our framework? Where do we want to go? And how do we then conceptualize this project? And the second thing is that you are right, when you talk about resource-based differentiation, Dr. Moyo, you are really quite correct. And one thing that has always been a gray line with the UCDP projects or any of these projects is the issue of infrastructure. Because there is infrastructure that speaks directly to learning and teaching. The digitization systems that we need, the instructional designing, and all of those things. And sometimes when we talk about infrastructure, it's like, okay, I'm just going to use the UCDP for training people and empowering them. But then what is the point of exposing people and training them using different digital systems, but you cannot afford to buy them? The reality is that we have two different types of universities in South Africa, those with fee-paying students and those who are NEFSAS heavy. And that is our reality. And some of these systems, we cannot then, get them. I think we need to, basically, the department can really assist us to find projects, to fund projects that support innovation, in particular with digital teaching systems within our universities. And I'm talking, for instance, one of the projects we wanted to do is how much we would love to have a portal that connects all our universities on work integrated learning with industry. But those things are national priorities. But if we don't have a funding that speaks to those things, then it's difficult for those universities that really are living from hand to mouth. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks for the presentations and the information that has been provided. It's hitting home the issue of capacity, particularly at institutions which are not well-resourced. Soft funding is seldom an answer to capacity building because of the short term that one would have in order to implement projects and put staff on the ground. These are issues that we are grappling with, being beneficiaries of the University Capacity Development Program. To have staff which is on contract continuously is something which is just unacceptable and very difficult to manage at the highest level. It's good when you have finance sections which can manage your projects as and when they come in. But when it comes to the people who are experienced at managing the projects on the ground, you do need permanent staff. So the idea that institutions which are not well-resourced are just going to overcome true capacity development projects such as this, I think needs to be thought differently, where there's adequate funding within sustainable funds to specify that create capacity within these areas and these areas through proper staffing. I think that would work best. And that is exactly what well-resourced universities are doing by having permanent people there who are where they use other funds in order to sustain. And the proposal that institutions which do not have capacity in that sense have to lead is not going to work, because one has to account for these funds, one has to have capacity for these funds. It's institutions, whether they have capacity or not, which are showing promise in terms of proposals and clarity on how the projects are going to be managed. I used to work for the NRF, and there was a university which would just take grants and use them for paying salaries when they were short of salaries. And the question is, what do you do about that? It is a reality, and that can happen to your funds if you are forcing institutions without capacity to manage the funds which are meant for something else. Thank you.
I don't even know what to say. Dr. Matutu took words out of my mouth, because that is a thorn in my flesh. Where every time when a person says that my contract is really 3 years or 5 years, third year the person is jumping out. You left with the 2 years, you don't even know what to do. So I think if we're talking sustainability, we really need to make sure that these contracts, we stop them, because I mean, we've been using this project, the grant, throughout. Imagine 2007 up till now, this grant will never die. And when you check, you know, when you check, the HAIs are the ones that appoint these people permanently, because they have the resources to do that. But with us, I don't want to call ourselves, because we're a new university, but we are also from HDI, some of us. We have worked many years in HDIs. We know that immediately this person gain experience, has the know-how, jump ship, because somebody has advertised. So they will just be, you know, moving around. I don't think we'll really reach to where we want to go to. And thank you to the presenters. This is very important, because now we are actually addressing issues at hand. And I'm happy that your study is balanced. You're not talking about us as universities only, but you're referring to the system itself. And that is very critical. And I must appreciate them for the work that they did. It's also very informative, and I hope this information will be used to address these challenges that we have identified. I've just added that part of contractual appointments, because I thought that was also something that is critical for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your presentations. Tema, I do not know why for so many years you actually didn't organize a workshop in the department. And I'm only actually hearing about this here. I remember that you did share your PhD findings with me. But I just want to briefly touch on the issue of the withholding of funds. Just to explain it a bit for everyone to have an idea of what is this about. The reason for the withholding of funds is because of our financial policies in government. Government gives you money to utilize in that particular year, and we all know about the misalignment with the financial years of a university's academic year, which is from January to December, and the government's financial year, which starts in April and ends in March the following year. So Treasury didn't care about that. As much as they know that funds are released late to universities, but they want universities to use that money by December. Although even the department received money from Treasury in April, but they want universities to have used that money by end of December. So we came up with this strategy then of withholding those funds, but they don't go back to Treasury. They are actually plowed back to the university, and specifically to the same program, which is the same purpose that they were meant for. So at least there, we tried to do something positive. Otherwise, if we didn't come up with this strategy of withholding and quickly redirecting those funds, they would have gone back to Treasury. Programs such as NGAP, for example, such as the Future Professors Program, they were started off by funds that were withheld from universities. I know when I joined the department, funds would be withheld from one university that didn't use the fund, which was mainly the HDIs, and then it would be allocated to an HAI, because the HAI is actually able to utilize those funds. And we had to change that to say that at least there has to be some benefit to the universities where we withheld funds, even though they're not going to get the funds as they are, but at least they will benefit something from those funds. It was just to explain that. And then now the issue of contracts from these funds. I hear you, Prof. DVC from UMP, that this grant will never die. Well, we do not know. Over the years, actually, this allocation has been decreasing. And as the department, the reason why we are not allowing universities to actually have permanent employment from these funds is because we do not know what one day this government would actually say about those funds. And then what will universities do with all the employees that are permanent and relied solely on this grant? So that's the challenge that we have. We are scared, let me put it that way. We are scared that we do not know what one day this government will say about this grant. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm welcoming back the Chief Director. Earlier on, I had adopted him as my dad. So as my dad, I spied on you in your absence. In your absence, Tema said he wanted to push you under the bus. We are 10 minutes away from lunch, so we have like 8 minutes maybe to take an additional, maybe 4 hands. Right there's number 1, Prof. Darren, number 2, Christina, number 3, one last one, going once, yes, Prof, right at the back. So those are the 4 hands, the last one there, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. My name's Taslim Ras from University of Cape Town, and I'm speaking just from the perspective of the project that I've been leading for the last few years. And I want to speak to this issue of, particularly around financial management in some of the universities, where we have been unable to disburse funds to our partner institutions because the feedback coming from our collaborators was they don't know how to manage funds and release funds and make payments from within their own faculties. And I wonder whether that should not be a focus going forward, looking at ways to strengthen financial management systems, specifically making it more accessible to people that are working within projects on the ground. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If this is the wrong forum in which to make the following statements, please rule me out of order. Another unintended consequence of the teaching development grant is the following. Before its advent, it was possible to have a structured tutorial system in which the tutorials and the personnel involved were financed by the university. Along comes the teaching and development grant, and in the name of academic development, we would like to either add or supplement these tutorials. And over time, these began to be financed by the teaching development grants, and at the same time, the money that was used previously just slowly but surely receded. In a brief discussion that took place amongst a group of mathematicians a couple of years ago, the question was asked, how many of you rely solely on teaching development grant funding for this purpose, and how many of you have retained the original values? Shockingly, most of the historically advantaged institutions had both, while a significant number of those who we can call historically disadvantaged and universities of technology had simply had one replaced by the other. Which means each year we are losing more and more money for a very vital component of any university system. I believe in the tutorial system. I was raised in it, as are many of you, and to have it become something that is held ransom to questions like the following: how did your module perform last year? And if that module exceeded a pass rate of 70% or 80%, then you would not be receiving tutorial support this year at universities in this country. That is shocking, an unintended consequence of some of the good work that was planned that has led to what I've just described. How do we undo that? That's my question.
Yeah. If I may come in, so the TDG is an earmark grant which was removed from the block grant. And that's what happened. And he's captured it beautifully. The department decided to remove the TDG from the block grant, which was paid to all universities. I think then what happened was, at least from the department's understanding, is that teaching and learning work will then not be done, as the data also showed. But the unintended consequences that management at universities, some of them then literally stop taking responsibility for that. Now, I think it's also critical to highlight that every earmark grant is a steering mechanism for the state to steer the sector into improved outcomes, such as improved throughputs. Yeah, and I think this is the debate which we must have. Do we then push back the TDG back into the block grant, or does it remain as an earmark grant? I think that's open for discussion. Thanks.
Christina.
Thank you so much, colleagues. My name is Christina Muraudzi. I'm from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And my role in the UCDP is basically to manage the program institutionally. And maybe first of all, I'd like to say yes, thank you to the colleagues. I'm very glad to see that there are studies that are being done, looking into tracking the work that we are doing within UCDP, but also going back as far as the teaching development grant, because that's where I also started, within the teaching development grant. I do empathize with colleagues who maybe have challenges financially. We also had those challenges at UKZN, but our leadership was very forthcoming in that regard, where they were able to make provisions for support that wouldn't lead to finances being taken back by DHET. And we've managed to sustain that over the past couple of years, although it does have its own challenges, but it's a system that has worked for us in allowing us to implement without any constraints financially, and we are able to spend the money. I mean, Slee would attest to that we barely retain any money to the department. But I think my question was more directed to the colleagues to say that, from DHET, to say, do we have any studies, or have we looked at the outcomes or impact of the teaching development grant that would have maybe obviously informed some of the work that we are currently doing in the UCDG? Because I'm very much aware that there are some interventions that we bring into the programs to be seeded through the capacity development. But you'd find that the sustainability of those programs sometimes stops because, yes, there could be the structural issues or the culture issues or the agency issues that come into effect when we are implementing within the institutions, and sometimes abruptly stopped for whatever reasons. But the investment has already been made by the department. So I'm just wondering if there is any mechanism from the department side of you to check whether the investment is actually leading to the outcomes that are intended from a university system point of view, because then what value add then are we getting if we are not able to monitor and evaluate the impact that these interventions are making within the institutions. And I'm saying this because I know monitoring and evaluation is a capacity gap within higher education. And we saw this also with the call that has been opened now for collaborative-led projects, where colleagues were not quite sure how to develop a logic framework that is supposed to be included as part of the programs or proposals that are supposed to be submitted to the department. And sometimes we overstate what we can actually achieve from those interventions. And when we now have to produce the outcomes, it's problematic. And therefore you can't measure, outcomes or even the impact of the monies that DHET is investing in the program. So I'm just wondering from that point of view, what are the steps that are being put in place besides perhaps the agreements perhaps with CREST, which has been communicated might be coming to an end?
We had a last hand right there at the back.
Thank you. My name is Seituti Mushukwa from Tshwane University of Technology. I just wanted to comment on the colleagues regarding their research work, where when running some of these projects, you find that in your individual environment, you have some frustrations because of the constraints that could be based on the resources. We at UT ran one of the projects under mathematics and statistics. And of course, when you run the projects, if your proposal from the onset was not done properly, you'll have lots of challenges along the way. So my suggestion is that, whenever you do a proposal, especially when you collaborate, it's like when you do mentorship, you cannot force this thing to people to happen. You have to do a thorough job before you collaborate with people. So that in case you find any other challenges along the way, you can easily address them. So the issue of the frustrations that individual institutions can get should be looked as challenges, because from then you can see how you can find a solution to solve the problem. The legal resources that we are getting from DHET are really appreciated. As I said, that we are running one of the programs in mathematics and statistics. We are involving universities in different categories. And for that gap, for us, it's a learning curve. It's not necessarily a frustration. So, because it helps us to solve the problems that we're facing in communities. Thank you very much.
Before I answer, there was one question dedicated for the DHET that was from Ms. Mulaudzi from UKZN. I'm going to hand over to any of you to engage with the 4 comments. If there is nothing else, I'll just wrap it up with that one with Chris.
Yeah, so I think firstly, thank you so much for all the inputs. I don't think all of them require a response. I think it was more on strengthening the conversation. There was only one comment where I felt I needed to add, very important point. I think there has been discussions of relooking at the funding framework of the country, and that question points to, must we look the funding framework? Is it equally benefiting everyone? Hence I said that issue is open for discussion. There's a key issue on, I think DHET, Mr. Shabara, thank you, you're back. There's a key issue which we should not ignore, the issue of short-term, part-time posts. It's a structural constraint. It's going to continue. And these universities which are impacted by this actually are the ones that harbor, I'm going to say a blunt question because I've been at an HDI statement, they harbor the poorest people in the country, the people that want to provide access to. And we know that this is a constraint. It needs to be addressed because it goes across from the point of enrollment, the long queues, the student support across. Infrastructure, very important. I don't think we should hold such conversations without having Tiamo in the room, the manager responsible for infrastructure. All these grants are joined and they need to cohesively respond to what the universities are telling us. The Sibusiso Bengo grant, a key grant. I was also responsible for the initiation of that grant. I'm not happy with where it is going. Since I left, we need to re-articulate all our grants. Are they responding to what they're supposed to respond to? Otherwise, we're going to have another 2015.
Yeah.
Let me stop there. Yeah.
Perhaps if I can also add to that, to avoid, the blaming each other conversation on the issue of capacity. One comment I wrote there to respond to the DVC is, when will we ever deal with capacity issues in a South African context? Because some capacity challenges that higher education is facing are actually because of external challenges to the university. They are, social development. They are, they involve other entities outside of education or higher education. So perhaps we need a bigger forum where we bring all the stakeholders into a room and have those conversations. And I think one other thing regarding capacity within specifically higher education is how my data showed that some institutions do not have a strategic imperative on staff and student development. So they are only focused on, number of student throughput, but without considering that there has to be enough staff to be able to ensure that teaching, learning, and assessment is effective, and there also has to be a number of projects that the UCDG or UCDP is actually in support of. So it seemed like when the TDG came into place, universities were like, we don't have to pay attention to that. It's the responsibility of the government, and ours will continue taking care of just the university. So there has to be collaboration in terms of dealing with capacity, and people or structures need to take equal accountability on to achieve that.
And there was another last question also, Chair, sorry. I think this was posed to DHET about have we done a research on the impact of these projects? I think I'll hand over that to DHET.
I'll take it.
Yes, or you
Don't
can
worry.
take it.
Yeah. Thank you, Leader. Let me just respond and then I'll wrap up. Thank you for that question, Christina. And I think if we were listening to Mandisa's comment at the first round, it was a telling comment when she said, Temwa, I wish you would have internally maybe just shared your research findings with us, because some of the findings, us as DHET officials are engaging with those ones for the first time because it was his research. But having said that, there is a plan in place. And I want to say, Mrs. Mulawuzi, you should know that there is a plan in place, because I was at UKZN in November and I presented that plan that is in place. I even asked, what form would such an impact assessment take? We presented that we will do it for the NGAP, and there is a plan to do it for the institutional grant as well. Ms. Mulawuzi, you're naughty. So it's at engagement stage. We were engaging universities last year through our site visits, and we have not started with the jotting pen and paper at hand, but that plan is in place. The only insight that maybe we should think deeply about is, because there should be a continuation between whatever was achieved at the days of RDG and TDG and whatever is achieved at UCDP, and whether we are not replicating whatever was not working there and just saying this grant replaced these two grants. It's just a continuation of whatever activities that were not conceptually right to begin with the RDG and the TGD days. So we haven't done that, but I'm happy that Dr. Moyo has presented these findings because he has assisted us with that. So we have the groundwork. Ours is just to see how do these compare, and whether there are, I mean, to your point, Dr. Dwasa, and the point was made also in the audience, that when the introduction of this grant came in, universities somehow just then relaxed and said it is now the responsibility of these earmarked grants to continue with these teaching and learning activities instead of internally still continuing with those. So those are the things that we are still grappling with, just as the sector is grappling with it. We are not sure yet when that impact assessment will come. As I'm saying, that we had engaged universities just last year on that. It is coming, and we will need your assistance when that time comes. So thank you for that, just to assure you it is coming, and to remind you again that you should have known that it is coming. Okay, so Professor Masalesele had already thanked the two gentlemen on my behalf. You did well, thank you, DVC. So I need not say further. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for those insightful findings. We truly appreciate your research work. Okay, I'm going to stand in the middle. Let's just come here. The lady in green in the middle. Thank you very much, Dr. Ntosa. Thank you very much, Dr. Moyo. You're excused. So we tried to save on time. We're just 10 minutes behind. Our lunch will be served at Clover Green. So when you exit, then you turn right. But there are ushers who will assist us to the right venue. And then we will come back after lunch, where Shiba will take us through at 13:50 instead of 13:40, because we're 10 minutes ahead. So we're coming back at 13:50. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
were never read. Never read. Never read. And I think Silindile has covered me on who probably is the culprit on this particular case. And please, but colleagues, on a serious note, I also want to take this chance to thank all our speakers, starting with the department, our VC, Dr. Mabelebele, as well as all other speakers. But importantly, the contributions, colleagues, you have been making since this morning. What a wonderful engagement. And I thought this is a fulfillment of a dream that we always wanted to see happening, about engaging robustly on the issues relating to how best we can improve the implementation of the university-led collaborative projects. This is one of the sub-programs within the UCDP, which I remain very proud as a former official of the department, having worked very closely within the UCD unit, part of the conceptualization of the UCDP, and of course a team responsible for the management of the implementation of the programs across all the different implementation modalities. Now, and I think Mandisa was quite correct to say this modality is very much one of the key instruments that was used to initiate almost all the national programs, including the new generation of academics program. And I must, colleagues, commend the system on the successes that we have made. The implementation of all the SAUF programs were very much supported through this very implementation instrument. Your future professors, your NGAP, your entrepreneurship development in higher education, your HELM, all of those that you can think about since the inception of the UCDP. And I think as a system, we must, in the midst of the problems that we are faced with, really be proud on the work that we have done. But of course, remain vigilant to the issues that we are grappling with in terms of how do we better improve the implementation on the system. Now, the last thing to comment on, colleagues, is just to also confirm that indeed, as the sub-program implementation support partner to the department, as the department has indicated, we are hard at work through the monitoring exercise that we are undertaking. In fact, I was fortunate to have undertaken the very first one since last year, I think around October, until early this year. And those universities that we visited will attest to that. We are taking very seriously projects that are not moving, and we are doing something about them. We are looking at them with a microscope, with a view towards ensuring that if you do not move, those funds have got to be redirected. We cannot continue with a situation where funds are sitting and we are not moving and not doing anything about that. So, with those words, colleagues, I want to thank you, particularly the previous session, and probably just to invite you to the second session of our program, the afternoon session. The session that is going to be focusing on the cafe conversations. Now, this is a session, colleagues, that is going to be very much taking advantage of the experiences that we have as project implementers, as partners, as all the collaborators or key agents in the entire system within the implementation of the collaborative projects. The experience that we gathered throughout the implementation, the lessons that we have learned, the challenges that we have been grappling with since the inception of this sub-program, and how best we can, address these challenges going forward. Now, this session, colleagues, is going to be led by Professor Moterigo. Professor Moterigo is in the Center for Teaching or for Postgraduate Studies at Rhodes University, and is going to be working with a panel of academics who are going to be using their experiences, lessons, the challenges that they have, come across with, to share with us how best we can deal with the future of this implementation modality. Ladies and gents, please join me as I welcome Dr. Moterigo as well as his team onto the stage.
Are we going to have? Are we going to have those seats this side so that they can fit?
Technical team, kindly help us to set up the stage with the necessary seating arrangement. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. The program director has already done the good work of introducing, so I want to introduce myself. This afternoon, my task is to facilitate the cafe conversations. The concept of a cafe conversation takes advantage of all of us here. Some of us have never had the opportunity to talk, and because we're going to make it a bit of a cafe conversation, it means each and every one of us is going to be able to participate and contribute to the discussion on UCDP. We're going to look at the outcomes of programs implemented through UCDP. But before we do that, we need to know where we are coming from. There is a Mentimeter there. To your right, there is this QR code and a number. So what you do is you can scan it with your phone, or if you've got a laptop, you go to menti.com, then you enter that number that is there. That will help us to see where you are coming from. Then you point where you are coming from. Already we've got 4 people have responded as we speak. So let's do that. So I'll give you 1 minute to just get into the system. If you're struggling, tell me. There we go. You're happy. The code. There are some universities that are not yet represented there. Please make sure you're represented.
Northern Cape.
So blank.
So blank, yes.
There are people.
CUT? Anybody from CUT? I don't see that. Okay. Oh, you're still doing. DUT? Anybody from DUT? Are you there? You're struggling to get in? Okay. Oh, you're there now. Good. Sorry? You're from Joburg. Oh, Pretoria. Next time, we're going to look into that. Sorry for forgetting. Okay. I think as you see that, you can already see that in here we are represented countrywide, and our experiences are not the same. We are going to benefit from each one of us experiences, challenges and successes. But before we proceed, we are going to have 3 colleagues with me here. We are going to give us an introduction to what they are doing in order to provoke us and stimulate these cafe conversations. We're going to start with Prof. Stridom, who is working on promoting student success through academic advising from University of Free State.
Thank you.
Prof.
Thank you very much. I'm going to thank you very much. Thank you so much to DHET for bringing us together and for this conversation. It's really been inspiring. Because we're having a cafe style, and I am at the Center for Teaching and Learning, I would like you to lean to the person next to you and give them a fist bump. Wait, and say, thank you for the consequential work you do. Fist bump.
Thank you. Thank you for the Kibby.
Right. Okay, so I'm not going to speak. You saw the video about the advising initiative. What's very important to understand is we started out the initiative quite a few years ago. We grew it in phases of 7, and then the last group. Thank you. What's also important for you to understand is I started out as the lead. I am now the sidekick. Gugu, please stand up. Stand up. Gugu is now the leader of academic advising. Right. So I want to talk a little bit, if I can get the next slide, just a little bit about some of the enablers. There we go. So we've talked about these things, so I'm going to go through it fairly fast because I don't want to take up, thank you, too much of, I only have 7 minutes already. So an enabler, if in an institution there's systems, structures and processes that align, you get things to start faster. We saw this across the 24 institutions that we're now working with. Communication and narrative alignment is here. Our friend, my dear colleague from Stellenbosch, it is incredibly important that academic advising is defined where the conceptual consensus is. Your institution can choose a different definition, but if you do that, you risk the impact, the growth of the profession. So academic advising is something which most of us never experienced because it didn't exist in South Africa. We started it at the University of the Free State. Some universities say they started it before us. We were the first one to the line in terms of establishing it formally and linking it to a professional network around 2009, right? And it is a process, and we started it because of data. 8 out of 10 students at the University of the Free State are first-gen students. And they had nobody to ask for advice. And an academic advisor is somebody you can talk to about your educational goals and your career goals. And that's why we started it. Capacity and infrastructure. How we did it in this project, we created a short learning program. It's the only one in the country. And CTL provided the backbone, and I'll talk about where I get backbone from. If we talk about constraints, it's often an inverse, right? Lack of governance. We had wonderful examples throughout the morning where people say we're in silos. That's why I clap hands, because I firmly believe we have to have deep conversations and nuanced conversations about what we mean with capacity. I believe we're in a phase where we can become very specific about specific skills that people do not have, but the capacity is there. I work with young people, and when I exit my door at the University of the Free State, I literally fall over the talent and world-class talent. Gaps in communication, we talked about that this morning. Again, a wonderful example from Stellenbosch. There's not agreement inside our institution about what academic advising is. So that is a constraint. And then uneven capacity in the institution's infrastructure, as well as the people that can do the work. With many of the universities, we start out and there's no academic advisor at the institution. That institution has a very different trajectory, and there's certain systems and processes that need to be put into place. What are some of the strengths that we've got from this project? Definitely diversity is strength. The range of institutions we have in the project has made it very robust. The training and development I talked about. What we also did is we created ELETSA, the Southern African Advising Community. Gugu is the inaugural president, and that network has been linked to Siyapumelela, a national initiative, as well as NACADA, a global community. So immediately plugging in South African expertise, our context is so robust in the international world because of what we have to offer. And then also leveraging technology. We worked with a company, I won't name them because then it's maybe advertisement, but we created a learning management system platform which is now used by most of the public universities to do case management of advising. So if you come and see me, I take notes and I know exactly where I referred you to, and I can go back and see what are the overall needs of students. Is it, what do you want to guess? What is the number one challenge our students have? Who wants to take a chance? Funding is number one. If they come for advising, that's not their number one challenge. Time management is the number one challenge that our students have, along with the rest of the planet. I don't know about you, Slay, but I'm sure you have time for everything, right? Okay, so what is my provocations? One, please protect and fight for this space. It is such a vital innovation space where we bring our people together, our expertise together, so we can generate innovative applications and also solutions for our context. So I was saying when you were saying this grant is never going to stop, from your lips to God's ears. In this sense, I'm not saying DHET is God, but please, colleagues, it's such an important space. Just look at the talent around you and how deeply the people are committed. Lastly, I wanted to just flash this on there because I think it gives us a framework. The collective impact framework was developed for social innovation, for education. It's a 2011 article from Stanford. I believe that we've got aspects of the collective impact model already in the UCDP collaborative. My argument or provocation would be that we think about it even more intentionally about what we do. Our common agenda. Do we communicate, Mandisa, how powerful this space is? What difference it's made in this country despite all the disruptions and hardships, right? I'm not going to name the colleagues, but we've been blown away by, I don't really, a historically disadvantaged institution that in 2.5 years did what Free State could do in 5 because we collaborated. I do not want, that's why people who know me, I get worked up about the word about capacity because I think it's tremendously loaded. I see too many young, talented people, they're like a horse that's being held back. That we must just unleash that potential by thinking carefully about what we mean by capacity. Shared measurement. Can we measure collaboration? Can we measure capacity development? Can we start asking for that data? Have we matured enough that we can get that data? I would argue in the advising project, we've already asked for it, but we could ask for more. That if we need to leverage outside funders, we can go to them and say, here's the case, here's the numbers. If you invest in this, this is the kind of difference you make. Right? Mutually reinforcing activities. Right? How do we drive that reinforcing giving and taking in an equitable way? We've talked about it several times today, that there's equality, that there's not a situation of in a collaborative HAIs get more benefit than HDIs. And we've been good about that. We saw the conversations. You talked about how you changed your approach. Continuous communication. The pamphlet's a good idea. The conference proceeding is a good idea. I had an ad campaign in social media in mind because of the inspiring people I get to work with every day and every year across the system. Inspiring people with a deep sense of social justice. The public system is the biggest social mobility escalator in the country. We are the system that makes social mobility possible for the poorest of the poor. We're not the only, but we're definitely the biggest. And then the backbone support, the last comment on that. We have got the wonderful UL team. But when we talked about capacity, in every collaborative project, do we require and say, we would like you to have project management expertise in your team? Have we learned from Sheba's team what has worked? Pretoria manages something else. What are the South African lessons that we've learned? If you don't have certain things, it ain't going to work. Right? So, I'm done. So, about the backbone support, I think if we become nuanced about what we've learned from the iterations that we have, we can create much more impactful, professionally stimulating projects through this space. But you have to fight for it, colleagues. We can't be dependent for innovation from outside donors. We have to take care of our country and its phenomenal potential. Thank you.
Oh, it's me.
Do you need this?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, so do you want this?
I
No.
think they can. I've just got one slide. That's
Okay.
Can I have that?
Okay.
Because she has one slide.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Teaching Advancement at Universities Fellowship Program, and I think some of you are familiar with it. And I want us to think through the outcomes of collaborative projects, and through the process of looking at how, I want us to really think about and interrogate this notion of collaboration. While I believe that it's really essential, collaboration is essential, I want us to really think and interrogate, why is it so difficult to achieve? And the Teaching Advancement Fellowship Program has at its heart collaboration. It's one of the programs that gives effect to the National Framework for Enhancing Academics as University Teachers. It's been successful in developing more than 200 fellows in the South African higher education system. The model of working with inquiry groups, I think it's designed so that participants from different universities across the sector work together in inquiry groups. It provides an immersive experience of learning together with experienced fellows to allow for really deep engagement. Making spaces for TAO fellows to participate in development and running the program has certainly enriched it. Okay, so we've brought in TAO fellows who are in the system to come back and work with TAO. For TAO, as I said, for TAO, collaboration is at the heart. It's informed by a philosophy which sees working together as central to being and becoming a leader in teaching and learning, because we want people who can lead teaching and learning projects, people who can make a difference, who can really be change agents in the system. And that's what's really important. One of the biggest challenges that we've faced in TAO is how do we sustain the collaboration efforts once the formal program has been completed? So that really is the challenge. And I think that, as people have mentioned before, it's really hard because we're working in a resource-constrained higher education context. And let's talk about the elephant in the room. It's driven by neoliberal ideals, such as competition, which Mandisa mentioned this morning. In fact, collaboration sometimes is seen as the antithesis to broadly held views about competition, economic growth, prosperity, making collaboration, to use the Leclerc's term, an empty signifier. And I think that's my challenge to you. How do we actually think about collaboration as something substantive, not an empty word that we throw around? Another word, which Francois mentioned, is capacity development. Another one of those words that we throw around becomes vague, all-encompassing slogans that really mask the structural inequalities. But really now what I want us to think about is how do we challenge these structural inequalities? And how do we ensure that we actually open up spaces for real collaboration for the common good? So it's not something we just report about in our institution reports and our annual reports, but it's actually something that gives way to actually substantive change and making a substantive difference. So can I have the next slide, please? So I actually came up with 12 provocations, which I actually deliberately turned as positive to actually get us to really think. So we work in a higher education context, which we know collaboration is urgent, it's meaningful, so the collaboration grants are really important in supporting that. But as people have been saying, the unequal partnerships is precisely why getting collaboration right matters so much. When higher education institutions build collaboration grounded in the kinds of values which sees reciprocity, power relations, accountability to the marginalized, that's the kinds of things we want to ensure we emphasize. Okay, thanks. And that homegrown idea of collaboration is really what is distinctive about collaboration in South Africa. So we need to really harness that and really think about that. Imagine collaboration as practice, not performance, and that's important. What becomes possible when institutions create conditions for genuine interdependence, where collaboration is something that staff and students do for mutual growth rather than something they demonstrate for appraisal. Authentic capacity development begins the moment we refuse to just simulate something, but actually insist on real tangible outcomes, real tangible making a difference. Okay, the notion of empty signifier, for me, is an opportunity to fill it differently. Okay, so really think about collaboration as, or empty signifiers as sites of contestation. So the very openness of collaboration, it's an open, broad concept, means that we can reclaim it, we can re-articulate it, we can fill it with meanings that are transformative. This is something we really grappled with in TAO. We brought back the notion of scholar activism to highlight the centrality of collaboration and being and becoming as part of that team, part of that diverse group. And I think that for me, naming this current emptiness that is not about defeat, but it's really about, for me, a political project to make collaboration mean something that actually matters. And I think that's what you're looking for when you look at these proposals that come your way. Also, I think we cannot make a difference when it's just us doing things alone. So we need to relocate capacity from individuals to actually relations, people working together, people, things working together. What if institutions began measuring and valuing what emerges between people rather than what emerges within an institution? So it's not about what's happening in the institution, but it's happening across the sector, across institution. So a more relational ontology, I suppose, is what I'm asking for. Opens up the possibilities for designing projects that are designed around collective flourishing. So it's not about individual growth. Systemic change, and that's something everybody talked about. The previous speakers also talked about the importance of systemic change. The most powerful investment an institution can make is not to just another collaborative program, but the genuine restructuring of the conditions that make collaboration possible. Time. Collaboration, real collaboration takes time. Trust, equity, and shared purpose. So naming this also shifts the responsibility away from just the people of those of us that hold the grants or that are running the project to actually those, to the institution that is now responsible to providing the enabling conditions for it. Also, relational ontology offers a richer version of the academic subject. Imagine a university that consciously cultivates different kinds of persons who understand themselves as constituted through relations, accountable to others, and enlarged by genuine encounters. It's not I don't think this is a utopian belief. I think it's actually a commitment a shared commitment that we all need to have to a vision for something better. Different kinds of pedagogy. It's a different pedagogical commitment, I think. System thinking, and I'm not talking about system thinking as a managerial tool. I'm really talking about systems thinking where it's grounded in relational ontology that can rehumanize the institution, where systems is about relationships, fostering relationships, but it also becomes an ethical practice. One that asks not just, how does the system function, but whose relations does it honor and whose does it harm? So this reframing gives change agents in South African higher education a powerful lens for transformation that's both rigorous and humane. Okay. And I think naming the structural conditions for collaboration itself as transformative. Again, trust, time, psychological safety, epistemic humility. When we name these as institutional responsibilities rather than individual virtues, we must shift accountability to where it belongs. This reframes and empowers those working within constrained systems to advocate for structural change with precision and evidence, rather than simply calling for mere goodwill. Okay, students and staff as epistemic agents is also important. It's also absolutely important and crucial to bring in students and to work in that kind of way. And I think my last point, reclaiming collaboration as a generative political act. It is something that we have to all embrace. All right, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Right. Okay, good afternoon. I know we've had our lunch and also like to beg people to remain with me regardless of what's happening tummy-wise. As a public health specialist, I know what happens after lunch, so it becomes, the food takeover. So let's try and be together. And I know as much as people are sitting here, no majority have been participants, partners. to the grants management framework development project that has been funded through the same UL collaborative projects. So, yeah, and I know even their expectations to say I will unleash the framework, and I'm just going to touch base on the journey that we undertook, as well as also bring some snippets on the key elements that had come through as we conducting this project per se. And I would like to first thank everyone who participated, because most institutions were very keen and really gave their all. So I think just give a brief to say what this project that we undertook was aimed at developing a framework, grants management framework, which this moment much of the work has been done, and then it's just the review remaining. So the element was looking at the issue of how do we strengthen research administration, funding management, as well as institutional capacity in grants management. And I think some of the reflection that I'm going to talk about will be looking at the mechanisms that are needed for successful UCDG programs or projects, as well as how do we enable and deal with constraining factors that are available, and then also the lessons learned in this process. So I think it goes without saying that as we stand, most of the HDIs often are faced with some structural challenges that are there. And then the reason for this is because of the nature that HDIs find themselves in as they needed to grow through thick and thin. But I think much of the issues that are there involve grant administration capacity. And I think some of us, when we're sitting here, surely some of us do have empty offices, or individuals who are just individuals who do not even have an office or directorate that they are working under as compared to the other institution. So some you find that you are just there appointed as a grant director, but who do not even have a grant administrator or grant manager within your office. So that are elements that we are living with, and they're there. And then we have seen through all these visits to institutions. So issues of research management systems, which are also general issues that we have, and then we've been seeing openly. Financial compliance structures, which in most cases we are battling as institution to really manage. That's why I put the grant life cycle. That is a mess when we're looking at our own institutions per se. So all these elements limits our effect in terms of being able to attract grants, external funding. It can be any grant that we get, because in most cases we find ourselves not meeting the required reporting times, the required use of finances. Sometimes they will tell you, for you to get the next tranche, you need to do what? To have used at least 60, 70, 75% before you can get. So some we took even longer with the same first tranche that we received. So others is issues of how efficient are we in managing those research grants. So that is also affected by that. Then also the long-term research sustainability, it becomes a huge issue that our institutions are actually facing. And I think this framework has a role in ensuring that we have a standardized grant life cycle management, as well as strengthened governance and compliance, and improved institutional research capacity. And again, as the reason why we went to mostly all HDIs was for the purpose of also understanding the culture and elements that they carry, which as institutions we differ from one institution to the next. And then that will also ensure that when we put this framework, there's congruence to the minimum cultural behavior that is within an institution. Because as much as we want to be similar, we can't be similar in all elements. There are certain elements that will have to be adaptable. So hence there is an issue of also looking at the alignment with the national transformation goals as well. So what are the mechanisms that we can put forth for a successful UCDG projects? And I think one issue that is there is an institutional alignment, wherein there is a strong need of integration with university strategies that we have. I mean, if one has to project the institutional strategies here, you think we are all facing a World War 17, because everybody has their own direction. But at the same time, all of us need the same funding. But when we look at what we have, we are facing the world in our own ways. And then hence, it's a must that we ensure that to be successful, there is a need of institutional alignment. And because we are not similar at all. And then there is a need for strong governance structures, wherein actual roles are really defined for project leadership as well as accountability. Because if we don't do this, we'll just be remaining floating without actually doing anything. The robust grants management systems that needs to be there. Yes, as we were talking now, is it the MIS as well? The same elements that people might be bringing, they might look so small, but they are huge when it comes to frustrations that are on the ground. So certain elements are needed to say, what do we do to have systems in place that can be used across the board? So we need a standardized procedure for actually issues of pre-award as well as award and post-award. So monitoring and evaluation frameworks, they need to be there, and then continuous learning needs to be ensured. And then one issue that it's never done, so long you can bring the deliverable, yeah, it's fine. They sign here, goodbye, you did well. But what about the impact measurement? To say, was the element that you were given, did it even bring any form of impact out of this? So issues of capacity development, I don't think I need to reinstate what my colleagues have already provided. But this is a must. As well as also issue of collaboration, as you ended with that part, it's necessary. And then we need to ensure it across the board. But what is it what does this mean to us? It means successful projects build institutional system, but not just project outputs, because we can have the outputs which we can share, but from there, where are we going? So what enables this success? So there are a lot of issues that we can talk of here as enabling factors. And then that is the issue of saying, I'm happy that when we are sitting here, we have both managers, executives, and which we respect, but we need to receive that support from you, so that even when we're moving forward, we know we are grounded within that support that is within the institution. So the leaders in the institution needs to support grants leaders, so that at least we can manage to achieve the goal. And then also ensure that what comes out of that grant, imagine if we are an institution that came and led the development of a framework, grants management framework, but we become the worst grant managers in South Africa. It will be very painful. But we need that support so that at least we get to be seen as those who can be where everyone can go to for benchmarking, because they will see that we are doing something that is better. So I've put most of those things that we can as well just look at them because they're straightforward. But I need to emphasize that some of the example outcomes that we need to see happening within our institution is through this framework that we came up with. It's an improved grant administration system, stronger research support services, as well as enhanced institutional readiness for external funding. Because as much as we might have UCDG coming in, if we are not sourcing other funds, then the dream of Prof. Maselesele might not come true. So for it to come true, we need to also ensure that we take from what is happening. So I just have 2 more slides, then we'll be done. I'm just being honest. So what constrains success? There are issues of limited administrative capacity as well as fragmented institutional coordination, because sometimes you can have approval from the director, then the DVC says no, we didn't agree, and automatically that element brings confusion or friction and then no movement at all. Heavy compliance requirements which are there but need to be adapted. Short funding cycles, human resource constraints, as well as limited sustainability planning. So what I need to ensure that people need to know that funding alone cannot transform institutions without institutional systems as well as support structures, because those are a backbones. I'm going back to your part of having a backbone. We need that throughout. So many UCDG projects risk becoming short-term interventions rather than systemic reforms, which we need to see happening within our institutions. And then this is the reason why, even when we talk, we will always belong to that historically disadvantaged institutions, because that's where we carry ourselves. We don't even want to surpass and come up, even though we are doing better. And I'm sorry, WSU, Western Cape, University of Western Cape, because it's flying. I mean, when you look at it, you will hardly see the part of HDI in it, you know. So those are issues that, and I think maybe just to close, I think we need to ensure that we need to replicate elements like dedicated project management, structured capacity building, because if we don't structure capacity building, we're going nowhere. And then institutional policy frameworks as well as collaborative partnerships. So this, just to give the final reflection as you're going through what DHET should consider. I think the key issues that I want to say is that the greatest value of UCDG is not just funding project, but building institutional capacity. And that enables sustainable transformation in higher education. And I think the grants management framework that we have come up with contributes to strengthening the research ecosystem, and by ensuring institutions can secure, manage, and sustain research funding effectively. So the reason I'm using research is because of my background. I'm from the research element, but doesn't mean this framework leaves out earmarked grants or teaching development grants. So it's inclusive of all that. It's just that my language will always slide towards what I do mostly, which is research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I must be honest, I was tempted to let every speaker go on for more than 10 minutes because the presentation is just excellent. Can you help me, join me in putting our hands together for the three provocateurs? They have done really well to the extent that I was like, let them continue. Thinking Professor Makado came all the way about 4 hours from here. Is it 5 hours?
Yeah.
To give him 10 minutes. So I understand. Okay, but the purpose was to provoke conversations, cafe conversations. So that was the purpose. And I wanted to provoke, not to do the final, just to provoke a little bit so that we, in the cafe, we do the conversations. So the next part of our cafe conversations, the real cafe conversations now. We're going to go into our circles and can I have my slide?
Is it one?
No, it's
okay. I think it's just gonna be one.
It's different. I think they are struggling with some. Sorry for that.
I'm not sure. Is it off? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the time was very short.
It goes quickly, hey?
Yeah, it was moving very quick.
So, from the presentations and everything that was done by our provocators who just provoked us into discussion, I want you to continue on our in our groups, write what you think are the main issues. What should anyone running a UCDG project consider, looking at what our colleagues have presented and your own experiences? I'm going to give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'm going to stop you. So you're going to choose either 2 or 1 person per group to post on the... I hope it's clear. Is that clear? Oh, those who are not here, we are using menti.com. There is a code or a QR code or the number. Use any of those. So one of you should contribute. Okay. Clear now? Fantastic. So 10 minutes. Let's start from now. There will be a stopwatch. I'll stop you when it's time to move on. Thank you. Are you winning? Are you winning? You're writing on the... Can switch off. Switch off. The question is no longer, do you use AI to your interviews for people who are looking for jobs? The question should be, what tools do you use? Which AI tools do you use? Not do you use. So I've used AI just to analyze and group all the responses that we have. So the first one that emerged as the most prominent one is the project management. It was seen to be the most important one, with about 15 responses on that. Funding. I'm not sure whether funding, is it the management of it, or is sustainability? Anybody wants to just elaborate on that, on the funding? Funding. What could be the issues there? Yes?
Funding is not going to be there any longer.
Mm-hmm.
How is the project going to run?
Okay.
Is it going to be run? And have there been conversations about sustainability beyond funding? And what I mean is DHET funding for that.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much. Then the next one is collaboration. By nature, these are collaborative projects. Then capacity. Need to have enough capacity. This one can be unpacked even further than this. What kind of capacity are we talking about? What kind of yes? Mm-hmm. Okay, fantastic. No, that's fine. Our 10 minutes for this part. Oh, sorry, you wanted to say something, Christian?
Yes. With regards to capacity, I think what we were sort of agreeing on here in the group was that we have gaps in terms of monitoring and evaluation.
Mhm.
We need to strengthen that across board. And I think also just to add on to that, the use of data to inform decisions. Whether a project is working or not working, you don't have to wait till the end. You can
Mhm.
identify it now and course correct now instead of implementing the whole year only to realize the intervention was not making any impact. So the utilization of data also comes into place, which is also a part of the M&E exercise.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Christian. I don't see any other hand.
There's
There's
a
a
hand
hand.
here, yes.
Oh,
No, we also want to add on the issue of capacity,
Mhm.
that we, in our group, we also talked about the transparency in
Mhm.
terms of application of the grant. Sometimes you find out that the users, like the entire community of the university, don't know the grants.
Okay.
It's only management that knows the grant. Even when they are applying for the grants, they don't know which activities are being applied for. They only receive it, especially at the level of the faculty levels.
Okay.
So there is no transparency in universities about this. And another thing we have observed, even when we're applying for these collaboratives, that you find out that certain people are applying for the same thing in the same universities,
Okay.
meaning that there is no transparency.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. So as we do this analysis, I would urge you to give it your all, because we're going to download all these and share with you. And part of that will go with Mandisa to inform her decisions in the department. And some will go with this to inform your practice as well. So give it your all so that we build something that is usable, that is effective. Next slide, please. Right, the next one is what enables success in a UCDG project? What makes it less successful? So you are looking at what the enablers and the yes. So can you continue to? There are only 23 responses. We are looking for 85. So let's continue in our cafe conversations and post as many as we can. Just give it your all. Thank you. 10 minutes.
working very hard. That's your problem, Akuk. Here are the responses. Yeah, yeah.
This one, what's your problem? You get answers.
The thing is, you're busy, more. Fire on test.
We have a letter.
Let's analyze what we have. Let's see how it is sorted out. Yes, these are our 4 main points. At the top, we have leadership support. Leadership support and clear conceptualization. It's quite important. Why is this important? Anybody would like to explain this and unpack it a little bit? Leadership support. Any hand? Oh, yes, please. There's a microphone there.
We thought it's very important for, it becomes very, very difficult. Perhaps you can even go to extent wherein you find, even if they were there at the beginning and they allowed you to get into the grant. But now when it comes to the actual implementation of the grant, then it becomes very difficult. There are so many loops to cross, there are just so many things to be done such that eventually it becomes difficult. So it's very, very important for leadership to be involved.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There are 2 microphones, isn't it? One there, one there.
Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. With regards to clear conceptualization, it is important to understand clearly what you want to achieve in that particular project. So clear objectives are crucial, and the success of the project will be determined by achieving those clear objectives. And in those objectives, they must be clear deliverables. And when you have those deliverables, you must be realistic so that you can succeed at the end.
Thanks. Thanks so much. There was you want to add on to that?
I wanted to go back to leadership support and say it's really important. I've learned it. I've also learned as a Deputy Vice Chancellor to be there. Because colleagues don't attend. But when they know you'll be there, they are there. The other thing I've learned is that they can even leave. You're in the middle. So I don't leave. So they look at me like this. When is she leaving? I'm there full time. Serious, that's what it is.
You need to be there.
I need to be there. They need, if I want to go out, I must go out like I'm going to a bathroom, I'm coming back. Because they will leave as soon as I leave. It's true what they are saying.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks so much. Thanks. You want just one?
Yeah, just one sentence about leadership again. I'm twisting a professor's dimension of leadership support, coming from lower management now, that support there we really mean as lower management that, they are here. Their being here, just being here means a lot to us, and secondly, even at work, when you do anything related to projects, when you experience challenges, when you have anything, that I'll always knock on, Prof. Masele's office or professor. So that kind of relationship, when you write a proposal, you feel that it's not so strong, you need support, it's what do you think about it? So that kind of support is what we need.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. The other points that are important were project management, monitoring and evaluation. All those are important. Now, let's go to the last slide. Can we move to the last slide? In this, we want to see how the DHET can assist us in this. So what should the DHET take into account in framing future UCDG projects and in selecting which ones should get funding? And the fortunate part is that we've got the people here. So please, Bachele. Okay, so what should they consider? Okay, let's go for it. There are 16 responses. We are looking for 50 so that they can have a real word from the frontline, what should they consider?
Are you recording? That's, as in, you've said it. You've said it.
Okay. Let's look at what we have here. Can you please help me analyze? There is what should be considered by the Department of Higher Education and Training. The first one is institutional alignment. Some colleagues think that this is very important. Anybody to unpack that a little bit? Yes?
Well, not really to unpack, but just to come up with a little bit different.
A different?
Perspective.
Okay.
Yes.
Microphone? Yes.
Yeah, to say that, yes, we recognize the importance of the institutional alignment in terms of support for project implementation from the university, or the lead university. But I do also think that must go beyond the institutional alignment. Alignment must also touch on the national imperatives within the sector. And that is going to enable the success of the project, because it's not just about the lead university. Thanks.
Absolutely. I think I saw one of the answers there with regards to national imperatives. We are in, is it Seventh Republic? We need to understand what are the objectives of the Seventh Republic in terms of its research agenda. How do you align yourselves with that? Next is project sustainability, sector-wide impact. Does it sector-wide? They're talking about just higher education sector and capacity development.
Thank you. Just want to contribute on the sector-wide impact.
Yes.
I think there should be a focus and a niche on innovation, particularly for sector-wide frameworks. I'll just make an example. We have what we call AMA 2000. They are digital savvy, they are innovative. Why must we buy licenses from Adapt IT? But we keep on buying licenses for everything in the higher education sector from Adapt IT. Or why can't DHET invest in the innovation of digital-wide sector frameworks that can be bought and then they can be customized by a university? But we have a frame that we all, whether it's on student success, on work integrated learning, one of the things we're thinking, we want to have a portal for work integrated learning, but you must always buy a license from a US company or a South African company. I think it's not sustainable. So my thinking is that there should be a funding that specifically focuses on the development and innovation of frameworks for the higher education sector. I don't know if you get me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, thanks so much, colleagues. But before we close, I would like to give a minute each to our provocateurs who are here, just to align what has been happening here in the three questions that was sparked by their provocation, and just to bring this to a close. Prof. Strider?
I think for me, it is what's wonderful about all three questions is that there's themes that are starting to cohere, and there's gradual depth in them as well, right? So you have capacity development, you've got project management, but then also project sustainability in the third question. So that will be my observation. Again, a group of people deeply committed to the work of capacity development and transformation in the system. We have a lot of the answers in the room.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Prof. Prof. Makado?
Thank you. But I think because, we're sitting together and then we've been chatting a lot. And I think the outcome is still similar. And I think we seem to be having some form of coherence across the room. And then which is what I think sitting here and discussing needs to bring. So I think all the stimulants that were done at some point, they really show to come in connection with what the room feels. So I'm happy with that.
Thank you so much, Prof. Makado. Dr. Naidu?
I think for me, one of the values of something like this is that people have a voice, and hearing what people think, what they are prioritizing, and I think that really makes a difference to the success of any project. Is, you need to be invested. And I think one way to be invested is to identify the need, to make sure that the need resonates with with the needs in the institution and the needs in the sector. And it's also about understanding, what is going to inform and the change that you want to make, and believing that that's possible. I think that's that, and yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naidu, and thanks so much for the team. Just to bring this to an end, what we picked from this is all the things like institutional alignment, sector-wide impact. But at the end, what was said that leaders must be there. Just be there. In whatever form. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking part in this conversation. I was speaking to the program director here. The cafe conversation should have included something like a cafe that we, and he didn't agree to that, but I think you are saying that they're just coming from lunch, so let's not disturb them. But thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Moterico. Please, Prof. Moterico, do not go. Okay. Please don't go. Many thanks to you, colleagues, Prof. Francois Straydom, Prof. Makado, as well as Dr. Kibinaidu. Colleagues, one more round of applause, colleagues, for our colleagues. Thank you so much for the good work. This was a wonderful engagement. Colleagues, please join me as I share with you our token of appreciation for the good work we have done for the system. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much for that. Colleagues, earlier on I meant to acknowledge the presence of the DVC from Val University of Technology, who has joined us during lunch. Professor Kanakana Katumba is a DVC for Teaching and Learning, and welcome, Professor Kanakana Katumba, as well as Professor Feza from WSU. Professor used to work very closely with our review team on this particular sub-program of the UCDP. Thank you so much, Prof, for being here. Without any further ado, colleagues, join me as we welcome our next presenter, Professor Emeritus Chrissy Bowie. Professor Bowie is the former DVC for Teaching and Learning or Academic at Rhodes University. A very seasoned academic who is still continuing to provide a very powerful support to the system in terms of academic development. And colleagues, please join me as I welcome Professor Bowie onto the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, will they put the slide? Yeah, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. And I know I'm the last, or one of the last sessions. So I hope to go through this and not make you bored. Anyway. So I've been asked to speak about collaborative support, and I want to, as a catalyst for transformation. So let's see where I get to. So I'm assuming, can we go to the next slide? I'm assuming that collaboration requires the exercise of agency. And by agency, I'm saying our will to act. That we as individuals, we have to be willing to act. We have to be willing to do things if we're going to collaborate. And some questions that we need to ask in that case is, on what basis do we collaborate? On what basis do we act? And then how do we exercise our agency to collaborate with each other, to support each other? And importantly, how do we exercise our agency to contribute to transformation? So here we are, we've got to be willing to act, but then what is it about that willingness to act that we have to think about? So as I've said, agency, I'm assuming it's about us all having the power to act. But I would also argue, and I'm following the work of Margaret Archer here, that we're all socially and culturally conditioned to act in particular ways. We're not completely free. Our past, our histories, will always lead us to act in particular ways. And I think Ian Bunting's, it's old now, but his analysis of the higher education landscape under apartheid, that shows how the different groups of universities in the South African system were all conditioned in very different ways. And arguably, I'd say, a lot of that conditioning still exists today. We've all shifted around, we all work at different institutions, and indeed the types of institutions have changed, thanks to the national plan. But a lot of that conditioning is still in the system. So, as examples of that, concepts such as institutional autonomy and academic freedom are understood differently in different types of university, I'd argue, anyway. And similarly, the roles of bodies such as the DHET and the CHE are understood differently. In the university I was associated with for many, many years, there was a very strong sense of institutional autonomy. And that goes back to its status during apartheid, when it had a lot more freedom than other kinds of universities. And therefore, its relationship to the statutory bodies and so on, it was sometimes questioning. And you don't always see that at other kinds of institutions. So if I just give you an example, a CHE audit can come in, and the audit panel will make a series of recommendations. And that's what they are, they're recommendations. And an institution can read the recommendations and say, thank you for that, but we're not actually going to implement it. They're recommendations. It's not always understood like that across the system. We come to that process differently. And similarly, you see the positions of VC, DVC, and deans being enacted differently. For some, it's sort of, they occupy executive powers. For some, it's more about being a colleague, and your powers are very much more limited. So we are conditioned by our past. And I would say very substantially that still continues. But this is what I'm really interested in. And the idea that our past, our conditioning, creates what Trowler and Cooper call regimes of teaching and learning. And they give us a definition of teaching and learning regimes and say it's a shorthand term for a constellation of rules assumptions, practices, and relationships related to teaching and learning issues in higher education. And these elements may be aligned with each other in a more or less coherent way, and while they're expressed in individual behaviours and assumptions, are primarily socially constructed and located, and so are relatively enduring. So what I'm arguing is that different places, different institutions, will have different rules, assumptions, practices, and relationships associated with teaching and learning. In crude terms, they'll do things differently because the assumptions on which they base their actions are different. And as an individual, you come in and you might find it very, very hard to knock against these regimes of teaching and learning. And when we come together in collaborative projects, I think that there are regimes of teaching and learning from different kinds of institutions involved in the projects. And we might have clashes because of these underpinning beliefs and assumptions. So our understandings of teaching and learning, they can be individualistic and they can be quite quirky. I've talked to many different academics and they'll often tell me things about teaching and learning and I think, oh, that's interesting, that's different. But you can also see sometimes very clearly how people are impacted by the disciplines. So depending on the disciplinary location, people will teach differently. Think about mathematicians. Mathematicians often, well, they don't chalk anymore, but they'll write on a projector of some sort, and they're explaining the logic of their thinking as they do it. And that has a particular impact on students, because students have to follow the notation, and they have to follow the logic of the thinking as it appears before them on a board. And that's very different to the way somebody, say, teaching a language might go about doing so. So our disciplines will impact on teaching. Some of us are rooted in reflective practice. What we do, it's about constantly thinking. Are we doing this right? Why am I doing it like that? Getting feedback on what I'm doing, and so on and so on. It's not true for everybody, but that idea of reflective practice, it's very strong amongst teaching and learning practitioners, and it's often promoted in any kind of professional development course. But basically what I'm arguing is that whether you're looking at these regimes of teaching and learning, or whether you're looking at these individualistic ideas of teaching and learning, we're always impacted by where we come from, by the context and so on. By the institutional context, by the disciplinary context, by our own histories, by our institutional histories. We're always impacted by that. So when we come together as a group to work on teaching and learning, we have to understand that we'll have these different beliefs and that we might not always agree. So what sort of beliefs might we bring to a project? What sort of beliefs might we bring to a project about what constitutes good teaching? Well, one idea about good teaching is that good teaching is a set of best practices. So the idea perhaps that you can look across the literature, and in the literature you can find these best practices. And often you'll find that these so-called best practices are taught in professional development courses. You have to ask a couple of questions about those. And one important one is, best for whom? Who are they best for? Where did they develop? Did they develop in our context? Or were they developed in the States, in Britain, Australia, wherever? Are they best for us? Are they best for our university? So that idea of best for whom is really, really important. And the other thing that I think you need to ask is this idea of best practice, practices that are established and that we bring in and then we reproduce. Do they contribute to us seeing a problem in the same way? And if we want to transform, is seeing a problem or a phenomenon, the phenomenon that students don't come to lectures, and then why don't they come to lectures? Oh, well, because they all stay at home and they all, or in their residence rooms, and they're all watching, streaming videos and things like that. That's a reconceptualization, that's a conceptualization of a problem. If we want to transform, don't we actually need to reconceptualize the problems? Another one might be, oh, students don't read. Why don't they read? Well, they have difficulty with reading. They need to go to the reading laboratory, or they need to do a computer-based reading program to increase their reading speed. Is there another way to understand the way students don't read, the reason for students not reading? There are other ways. And I'd argue that if we want to contribute to transformation, we need to reconceptualize problems and phenomena. But if we're relying on this idea of best practices, possibly we don't do that. So you'll find people in any group who have this idea of best practice, but what I'm trying to say here is that we need to trouble it. And primarily the troubling has to come from this idea of best for whom. And is best practice transformative practice? Because perhaps it lies on it rests on an understanding of a problem, which isn't the only understanding. The other thing that we have in our understandings of teaching and learning is what the literature calls codified practice. And I've written about this because I actually think it's problematic. So what you get, what codified practice is a set of procedures that are codified and then they're taught as knowledge, often in professional development courses, or they might be taught by curriculum developers. So one example of a set of codified practices might be curriculum development, where you begin by developing learning outcomes. So what does the student need to do at the end of a course? And then from learning outcomes, you move to assessment criteria. What does the assessor need to see? And then you move to defining assessment tasks. How can I get the student to let me see these things that I need to see? Now that kind of assessment practice, we've taught it in professional development courses. We do teach it in professional development courses. It's this stuff called codified practice. Another example would be the whole idea of basing a curriculum on learning outcomes and lining up, big constructive alignment where you bring in the learning resources, the assessment, and you try to get it all lined up. And at that same time, you're also looking at things like the credit values and the the NQF levels. All that stuff's important, yes, but it's codified practice, it's a way of doing things, and it might, and I think Liz Langer suggested this, it might detract us from looking at really important stuff, which then gets ignored. Liz Langer was talking about it in relation to decolonization. And she said we've paid too much attention to what she calls the exoskeleton of curriculum design. The technicalities of curriculum design, the outcomes, the criteria, the credit values, and so on. We haven't answered big questions about curricula for Africa. So the other thing about codified practice is it's often presented as case studies. So people will say, this is a problem, this is what we did, and they set it out as a set of procedures. First we did this, then we did that, and so on. But those case studies are often very low, stuck in a context. They came out of a context, and they don't easily transfer. And again, the question is, does codified practice allow us to challenge conceptualizations, to see problems differently? Because I'm arguing that we need to understand problems differently if we are going to have transformed teaching and learning. Another idea that you see bounced about, that's my diagram. I put it in an article, it was published a long time ago, 2007. The idea that teaching is about being fit for purpose. And yes, there's much that's valid in this. You know, there are different kinds of knowledge. If you think about universities of technology, ideally they're about producing applied knowledge, teaching students to work with applied knowledge, and so on. You've got the more academic programs, teaching pure theory, you've got professional knowledge and so on. You've got different institutional types and different knowledge areas. And importantly, you've also got differently resourced institutions. That goes back to our past. So what's fit for practice, what's fit for purpose in one place, isn't necessarily fit for purpose in another place. If one institution has got the most wonderful audiovisual, equipped new lecture theatres, does what constitutes fit for purpose teaching there, can you do that in another institution which doesn't have the same facilities? So you have to bring in the resources that are available if you're working with this idea of fitness for purpose. But basically what you do with that is you're trying to get that circular motion where your teaching is driving your mission and vision, and your mission and vision is driving your teaching. And I've argued about this in this particular paper I wrote, where I argued, for example, that if an institution has a strong focus on serving its community, and you find that particularly in some of our rurally based universities, the idea that we are located in communities and we serve them, well, that would involve thinking about how do we do that through teaching, and it might mean bringing in lots of service learning. So you'll find that idea of teaching needing to be fit for purpose in any group of people who come together to talk about teaching and learning. You'll also find people arguing for decolonization. And we've talked a lot about the decolonization of knowledge. We haven't really talked about the decolonization of pedagogy, I don't think. But what could a decolonized pedagogy look like? Well, if you think about South Africa, our teaching and learning practices, what we do as teachers, as assessors, and so on, they lie in the status of our early universities as universities that were teaching for degrees awarded by the University of London. The way we expect students to write, our expectations of reading and writing, they match the expectations of the University of London. They were imported here. So what could a decolonized pedagogy look like? Well, it could, for example, and I've just talked about the reading and writing, it could privilege oracy over literacy. We are a very orate society. And there is work in this country which shows that complex genres, oral genres in the indigenous language, express really complex abstract thought. And yet, what do? We ignore the oral and we are fixated on the written as a measurement of students' ability. The other thing that we have to think about is that we prize this idea of the autonomous individual thinker. Oh, the critical thinker, the student who can work independently. Where did that thinker come from? Isn't it Enlightenment man? It's a European idea from the European Enlightenment. And if you contrast that with indigenous ways of being, which are very much more communal, the idea of learning through and with each other, we've got that clash. So you might have people in any group of experts coming together to work on a teaching and learning project, bringing up this idea of decolonization. But, you know, are you then able to use those ideas I've got on the screen there about what a decolonized pedagogy might look like to problematize, to question your own assumptions, because otherwise, you know, they're going to come in and they'll clash. Finally, I'm really coming to an end now, you have this idea of theoretically informed practice. So theory is like my glasses, right? If I take my glasses off, I can see bodies in the room, but I can't see your faces. I can't necessarily recognize you. I put my glasses on, and I can see things that otherwise I wouldn't see. That's all the theory does. So depending on the theory, you'll see different things. And if you bring theory to a problem or to a phenomenon, you bring a theory, and the theory allows you to see things differently. And it can allow you to reconceptualize the problem. It'll allow you to see the problem, it will allow you to see the phenomenon differently. You know, if I go back to this idea of literacy as well, is it our students won't read? Is it our students can't read? That's what many people would argue. Or is it, if you bring in a particular set of theories, you could start seeing that it's about they have a preference for the visual because of the way they've been raised. And therefore, you have to start questioning, well, what does that mean? Do we still continue to privilege the written word, the literate, or do we start to accommodate a different kind of student in the universities? But that kind of theory, that sort of multimodality and so on, if you put on those theoretical glasses, allow you to see students' behavior differently, reconceptualize the problem, and come up with a different kind of practice. Now in South Africa, I think we've done a lot of this. We have a lot of theoretically informed practice. we've used theory to analyze problems and phenomena, but if you look at that work, it often stops short of developing practice on the basis of insights. And I'll give you an example. There was some work done years ago using Bourdieu, the work of the sociologist Bourdieu, on assessment. And what that showed was assessment is very messy, it's very sticky, it's very culturally implicated. It's not this neat business of developing learning outcomes, moving to assessment criteria, identifying tasks. Whoa, no. It's much more difficult than that. So we got those insights from that work, and I could send you to the publications. There are the insights, but they sit there. What we haven't done is taken that work further and said, okay, what does it mean then for what we do as assessors and what we teach as good assessment practice? So we've got all these different ideas, and often they might be, one set of ideas might be dominant in one particular institution coming together in a project. You'll get another set of ideas dominant in another institution. And then you get a group of people coming together and you start to get these clashes. We're not talking to each other. We're not hearing each other. We're not listening to each other because of these different understandings of teaching and learning, because of the way, over time, we've been conditioned, and what we bring then to the exercise of our agency. So to round it all off, what does this mean for collaboration? As we engage in collaborative projects, because we come from different spaces, because we are different views of what could constitute good practice, good teaching, good whatever, they may clash. You can't assume that what you believe is what the others in a group will believe. The views of what's good, of what should be done, will always be conditioned by our institutional histories, as well as by individual preferences and experiences. And I'd argue that the institutional histories are often very, very strong. And I look back over institutions I've worked in, and I can see how, over time, particular views have built up. So the other thing that happens then is that teachers and practitioners in academic development centres, in teaching and learning centres, they'll also be understood differently. So what do they do? What powers do they have? They will be understood differently. And they will understand themselves differently. So if I think back to my history, I worked in a centre where the practitioners in that centre were very reluctant to be the university's policemen. They'd be support people, but they weren't prepared to be the university's policemen in telling people what they should do. It was the way they understood themselves. That view had been built up over time. So what I've been trying to argue today is as we come together in collaborative projects, we'll have these very different views about teaching, learning, and that we have to acknowledge that. The other thing that will happen is that power dynamics might play out. There are academic hierarchies. If you've got a title of professor or doctor, or another title like executive dean, it'll give you power. You are, in Archerian terms, a social actor. Institutional prestige, institutional status will play out. institutional location will play out too. Because if a university is in a remote place, it's harder for people to travel to places if they're in, one of the big areas, the big urban areas, and so on. Or it costs more to get them there. It costs more effort to get there, and so on. The administrative support will be different in different kinds of universities. So in a collaborative project, as well as these different conceptions of teaching and learning, you'll also get a set of power dynamics playing out. So to use collaboration as a form of support for transformation, what do we need to do? Well, I think we need to be very aware of the different conceptions of teaching and the way the regimes of teaching and learning work. What's in your head might not be the same as what's in another person's head. And even if your colleague agrees with you, maybe they agree because you both come from the same institutional history. We need to constantly question our own assumptions and listen to and for multiple possibilities. Listen to and for the possibilities that others are bringing to the collaborative project. And also, always asking this question, if it's about good for whom? And acknowledge that difference that we have in our system. So this wariness of the concept of good or best is really, really important. Good for whom? Best for whom? Because context matters. And then finally, we need to think about the possibilities of theory. I'm very, skeptical of this. I don't know if I indicated it when I was talking earlier, of codified practice, of these set of procedures. This is where you do it. This is where you have to do it. Think about the possibilities of theory, abstract theory, to come in and allow you to see, like my glasses allow you to see you differently, to see a problem or a phenomenon differently, to see it with new eyes, and maybe then to come up with a different way to go about addressing it. So I'm arguing basically for the need to be wary of our own assumptions and the need for us to listen really hard to each other to understand where we come from if we're really going to use collaborative projects to effect transformation in the system. I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Bowie. Colleagues, I found it extremely tough to follow what Prof was saying. I mean, this is how academics operate, and I have come to conclude that you just cannot take a teacher out of the class. And that's exactly what Chrissy was doing. During the conceptualization of this matter that you had to talk to, collaborative support as a catalyst for transformation in higher education. That was, I thought this is very, very simple. And Chrissy just problematized it further. At the time, we thought our problems are enough in terms of the implementation of collaborative projects. But thank you very much, Chrissy.
Well, I hope I've given you something to think about.
Well, absolutely. And colleagues, so basically stressing the importance of theoretical basis, research, a very strong grounding for all our projects before we just submit for consideration for funding to the department. And when not considered or not supported, start blaming the department. A very good idea for thought for all of us. A round of applause, colleagues, for Professor Bowie.
Thank you.
Yeah. Prof, this is a token. of appreciation. Let's just stand over here.
Okay.
From the department and just to thank you for
Thank you very much
for your
indeed.
support.
Thank you.
Many thanks, sincerely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we
just take my computer.
yeah,
There we go.
absolutely. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, without any further ado, we are 2 minutes after 16 hours, and we only have 2 items left. I do trust that will be out of here way before 16:30, because colleagues who are coming here are very good in terms of economics of time. I'm now going to call upon Prof. Ras. Prof. Ras, colleagues, is at UCT, and he happens to be one of the project leaders in the current cohorts of collaborative projects supported through the sub-program of the university-led collaborative project. Colleagues, join me as I welcome Prof. Ras to give us reflections on the proceedings of the day. It's just an item before we move on to you, Ndade Chabalala, in closing. Over to you, Prof. Ras.
Afternoon, colleagues. So they've given me the graveyard shift, and I've got to go through the whole day's events. So I'll try to be a good academic and be concise. They say that's what makes good academics. And so I'm just going to walk us through the events of today. I must say that we were all blessed with the poise and the grace of our lead this morning, Slee, as she took us through the morning's events. Prof. Mabelele, so I'm going to remind you of what we did today. Prof. Mabelele gave us a clear, sorry, am I mispronouncing? Mabelebele, my apologies in his absence. Gave us a clear understanding of the impact and the scope of the project. And then Mr. Shabalala and Ms. Mandisa, the word I put there for your sessions was clarifying. From a perspective that you outlined the vision of the UCDG, which for me was encapsulated in one of the things that Mr. Chabalala said, which was we need to become locally relevant and globally competitive. I think that for me kind of sits well because it encapsulates a lot of the other quality issues. And then what I also appreciated was a very strong focus on equity from their presentations, with a strong commitment to transformation and equity between previously advantaged and disadvantaged institutions. The reminders for us that collaboration is not just between educational institutions, but includes civil society, includes industry, includes government, and can also go beyond our borders. But then also to be mindful, they shared wisdom, that sometimes collaboration comes with risk. And I think Prof. Bowie also spoke to that, particularly in terms of power imbalances and when roles are not clearly clarified. And then the two doctors, Moyo and Ntwasa, my word for them is grounding, because they gave us a good sense of what's actually happening in our institutions, producing evidence for both the TDG and the UCDG implementation. And I really did appreciate the social realism lens that you guys brought around those three components of structure, culture, and agency. I found that the Q&A sessions were open, transparent, candid, and I found that the DHET colleagues were extremely responsive to some of the comments and the queries that came from the floor. And my reflection on that was that if that is the type of relationship that we nurture and build on, that over time this enhances trust. It needs to be constantly reinforced. So that has kind of huge promise for the future. The word I have for the three profs who sat there, Prof. Strydom, Naidu, and Makondo, was inspiring. I think they gave us a good sense of the significance, the scope, and the impact of what these projects can deliver. And then you've just listened to what Sheba has said about Prof. Bowie, and my word for it was thought-provoking. And I'm just going to say the last sentence that I wrote down was that we really need to engage critically and deeply with our practice and our assumptions. And that's enough for this afternoon from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ras. That was excellent. I mean, less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is so good. Another round of applause, colleagues, for Prof. Ras. That was so excellent. We just want to give you a token of appreciation from the department.
Thank you.
Just to really thank you, for your good work.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. All right, colleagues, we have come to the end of our program, and I'm going to, without any further ado, call on stage Mr. Philip Chabalala, the Chief Director for Teaching, Learning and Research Development in the Department of Higher Education, to give us closing remarks. Please join me, colleagues, as we welcome Philip onto the stage. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think Prof. Ras did well to summarize the proceedings for you, Mandisa, for the day today. And I'm going to be very short, like a bureaucrat, not a politician, and not an academic, because I think what we set out to do and achieve looks like we on the right path of doing that. But just to remind you, so that even as we wrap up the proceedings tomorrow, you are alive to what the key objectives of this colloquium are. And one, showcasing of the impact of the collaborative projects and what impact they are having across the university sector. And I'm hoping that with the discussions that we're having, the presentations and the panels, we are on course with that. Providing a platform for robust intellectual engagement around past and current projects, including experiences, challenges, and lessons learned during the implementation. And indeed, I am convinced that we are on the right track with that, given the inputs, the robustness, the candidness with which you engaged with the program, and the questions and responses that were provided throughout the day today. And then thirdly, bringing together universities participating in these initiatives to establish a community of practice. And I suppose it is through the community of practice that we can interrogate, what Professor Bowie just presented in terms of the thoughts, the ideas, shaping the collaborations, but also how we perceive, how we absorb and take, expertise, knowledge, and information from our colleagues in the various institutions. And then, fourthly, identifying projects addressing key transformation priorities within the higher education system and exploring opportunities to scale up these successful initiatives. And there's quite a number of the sub-programs through the UCDG that we believe that, again, as a country, we are on track in terms of making sure that there's redress for the past imbalances, inequalities, etc., and what culminated in this labeling of HDIs and previously advantaged, etc., etc., etc. And then lastly, gathering further input to strengthen governance structures and systems, including monitoring and evaluation mechanisms aimed at improving the effectiveness and sustainability of collaborative projects across the sector. And so this is also part of what I believe going into the next day, we should be able to come out very clearly around that. We had a discussion around lunch on, coming up with matrices that will help us as we continue to monitor the implementation of these collaborative projects across the various institutions, so that we can, with certainty say that we were here and we've been able to move this far. So I want to really thank all of you for staying the course until today. Yeah, I can see now that, indeed, you are academics. Academics can stay the night. And you are still here and still very attentive, like some of us, the first-year university students. I wish you well. I'm hoping that we'll meet at the gala dinner next. And I want to ask you to network, connect with people, different from your own institution, so that we can, cross-pollinate, our knowledge, expertise, etc., everything that we have to share during this colloquium. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tate Chabalala. We understand that you were given something, so we are not going to give you again. We can't appreciate you by our gifts forever. But thank you very much for those nice, very sweet closing remarks. I thought this has been a wonderful, engaging day one of our colloquium. And I, from my side, want to thank you, colleagues, for staying on until this point of the day. And without any further waste of time, just to indicate that from here, you can go, to your rooms just to refresh in preparation for our gala dinner. It's starting at 18:30. We trust that you do have programs aware that we are having this next session later on. It's going to be at Pumulong. Pumulong is just where we had dinner. I think it's next to that area last night. So there is going to be shuttle services provided by the hotel. You can very much ask at the reception for assistance with shuttle to the venue later on. Once more, thank you, colleagues. See you shortly.